to the next round. Search and destroy. Targets identified. Capture the bomb and engage. Allied UAV overhead. We have taken the bomb. Friendly care package inbound. Allied cruise missile launched. Minute remaining. Yours the last. We are out of time. Move. Take a breath. We're going back in. Switching sides. Search and destroy. We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical. Allied cruise missile launched. One minute remaining. Seconds. We are out of time. Move. Focus, no mistakes. This round is ours. Search and destroy. We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical. bomb on Alpha. Move it. One round means nothing. Prepare to fight. Search and destroy. We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical. One minute remaining. Get to Bravo. Your allies are gone. It is up to you. Rest your wounds. We return soon.
Bori coming in with that 11-month in a row subscription. I appreciate it, bro. My webcam ain't even on. Hold on a second. Oh, it's on. It's not gonna mute on there no more. I have to do it on here.
You're fired!
What's going on there, Skits? Alright, go ahead.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah, I had to sneak in your match there a little bit, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna back out real quick. Go ahead, pick me up.
You just freaking killed me, and I didn't even know.
What was your reaction?
I was like, oh hell no! Of course, he'd be the one to kill me.
All right, give me 1 second, Skits. Hold on. I'm gonna You got it? Is it charged? You got batteries?
Batteries are dead. Oh, hold it. I
Is
got
it-
new batteries charged.
Where the heck is my other batteries? Hold on. One second, bro. Hold on. Sorry guys, I'm coming under complications there, and Skits, I do apologize, bro. Give me a minute. Hold on. I just realized my son wanted to play and I forgot. I don't think I have Xbox Live, but I seen that they're doing the 3 months for $1. I might do it. I don't know. But let me
You're
let me
good, man.
let me see if it actually lets me log in real quick. Well, this is the scary part. Connecting to Xbox Live. Meaning if I don't connect, because I got no live.
Let's take it so long to load.
Oh wait, it might be working, bro. We might be in luck. I know I got the Game Pass, but I don't have the Ultimate. Update required. Really? Oh my god. Anything new with the game, bro? Anything I need to worry about? I haven't been on in a while. I ain't gonna lie. I bet.
Yeah, the fact that I passed you again.
What?
You got some making up to do, bro.
Yeah, I do, man.
I've been off work the last couple of days. That's
He's like, I had free time.
I had a lot of free time, bro. My marksman rifle. Oh my god. See, you used what do you use? The MK whatever.
I'm using a carbine. It's good if you shoot above the shoulders.
I used the 98K.
Yeah, I guess it does work, bro. This is crazy. All right. Hold on. Let me send him an invite real quick. You can look at the classes, edit them, whatever you want to do. Go ahead. I'm gonna let him do his thing real quick. Yeah. That's your characters. All right. Yeah. Did you see the post I made, bro, about being behind the walls? When you're behind the walls, you're not really as safe as you think.
Daddy,
What?
you didn't get this one yet?
No, it tells you what you need to do to get them.
How do you do finishing moves?
You gotta go behind them and then press the button. I think for that, you just hold X. Right? It's hold X behind the enemy, right?
Daddy, action.
Go ahead. Oh my god, dude, your hair is a mess. Well, did I even say my channel was kid friendly? Oh well, I don't care. At this point now, we'll just make it not kid friendly, just so I don't have to worry about it.
But Daddy, there's a kid right here.
Yeah, I know. But there's a difference between big kid, and big kid.
Hey, you do the introduction first.
All right, guys. So here we are. Here we have it. You got Trix 2007 here, playing on some Call of Duty Modern Warfare. We haven't played in a while, so we're here to catch up and just to kind of hang out and chat with you guys here with the stream. And then we also have Chalklord 257.
Hey guys.
And there you have it. All right, let's go ahead and get started here. I know what's going on, Little Pepper. How are you?
I want my Kruger.
All right, back out of the characters real quick, because the characters really don't do anything. They're just for looks.
Oh, I want this guy.
Yeah. All right, bro. You ready for this, man?
No. Dad, can I do my own loadout?
Why is this giving me a hard
Daddy?
time? What?
Can I do my own loadout, or did he do them already?
He did them already, but you can do your own.
I want to do this one.
Yeah, just make one. That's fine.
What's a gunsmith?
Hold on, let me see if Latin Mech Assassin wants to jump on. Yo, Metal, what's going on? It's war! What's up, dude? Oh, who's playing the drums? Thomas, what's up, man? That double barrel shotgun is nerfed. Yeah, but you know what? It's still overpowered. It's still not nerfed to the ground yet, man. It's still got it. Like, it's got some reduced range, but it's still got it. Well, look who it is.
I got 2 more people to play. I got 2 more people to play. 2 people play. Yay, we got room for 2. Yay.
Oh, you're just lucky too. Tell them we got the seats all nice and warm.
Chaotic, my little hoe got a mic.
Well, actually, my son's playing on his account right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nah, you're good. Nah, he's not on the mic.
You might hear us. Stop using my cussing.
You're not able to play? It's okay, Matto. It's all good.
We got one more coming.
All right, all right.
Daddy, I want this.
Oh, you can't hear me, my black.
Let me invite.
Daddy, how do you like my loadout?
You click loadout.
I know. How do you like it? I clicked it.
Oh, you want the M4A1? That's a good gun. Wow, you want with a Molotov too? Make sure you, yeah, I mean, pick whatever you want.
Brother.
Good, good, good. I'm glad to see you guys are doing good. I almost kind of played a story-driven game today, but I said, you know what, let's just play some multiplayer, guys. Let's hang out. Let's chat. You guys have questions? Let me know down in the comments. Anything you guys want to talk about? Let's just go at it. Okay. I'm gonna be gaming, but I'm gonna be more focused on paying attention to you guys and see what you guys want to talk about. So this is kind of like a just chatting stream, but with some Call of Duty going into it. You still are. It's okay, Meadow. Hey, you know what? You're getting things done, man. You're getting things done. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you can't get home right away. All right. Did everybody get here? Oh yeah, we're all here. Oh shoot. Yeah, we're ready up. Skits, if you're ready. Do you guys have any mode preferences? Because I know everybody plays like different modes.
I'm down for whatever.
Okay, okay. Usually we do like a little cycle where it like automatically just chooses. It's kind of like we're playing mercenary mode from like the old COD.
I just downloaded it tonight, so I'm not
Yeah.
holding up my end. Don't be mad at me.
You're good. You're good. We got Latin here. Latin's gonna carry us on the shoulder.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Wait,
carry
am I
you
the
guys
leader?
by helping us.
Huh? Oh, you need headphones.
I got you. I'll carry all the deaths on our team. I got the girl coming over, and I forgot I did the first half launcher, and I threw it on my floor, so I just took it all and threw it in my closet. That's how I just cleaned my room. I gotta vacuum my floor. That's nasty. Where's all that stuff?
All right. What's your mode preference, Tricks? I like Cyber Attack, Search and Destroy, TDM.
I can't hear them.
I'll tell you.
I can't hear them. I can't hear their mics.
Watch me play because I'm not getting on fire.
No. How?
Wait, I'm party leader?
Daddy, I can't hear the mics.
No, I don't think I'm party leader. It's
Remember when you
Skits.
come in the apartment, you turn
Look,
left.
skits.
yeah.
Turn left again.
Oh yeah, Skits. My bad. We're ready up, bro. We're good to go. I'm sorry. My bad, bro. I forgot Skits is on Discord, guys. My bad. I'm over here talking in game. I wonder why
I
you can hear
can't
me.
hear everyone's mics.
Huh?
I can't hear anyone's mics.
Alright, well, what are we playing since we got a full lobby?
It's all good. Just mix it up. It's all good. Like TDM, Surge, Cyber, and
Left, and
I
then
just
you
wanted
start
to make sure that
I
I
can't
could still
hear
keep
that.
searching cyber on there, because you know those are my two favorite modes.
Can I
oh,
talk
me
to
too,
them?
bro. Me too.
And my
Huh?
KD
Game
in
Daddy?
both of them.
Can you hear them?
1.40.
Right.
Daddy, I can't.
You can't what?
I can't hear them. I can't hear
Alright,
their
so I got
mics.
TDM, cyber, search, and kill confirmed. Anything else?
Take it off.
You gotta,
don't
you
think
gotta
they're
ask
talking,
your
that's fine.
party, because they can't hear me.
Look,
go. No, we're gonna Uber Eats. We're not driving. Subway?
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. I can. No, I would love some Subway. What?
Why don't I hear them? What the heck?
I wanna get. I'm in shorts.
Oh, I don't know
sure.
why.
What kind of fucking defense is
How about
this?
you go to Subway and I just pay you Uber fare? Come upstairs first and then we'll talk about it. Bye. Ha! She was about to say, wait, I don't remember how to get
Oh,
there.
turn. Jeez.
You can go to Subway.
Bad.
It's too fucking cold
You
outside.
can knock on everybody's door till she fucking finds you.
Now you can.
can you hear them?
Oh, man. Put it loud. Look,
That you can still
My
hear
bed's
mics.
about to be fucked. Do you see this?
my apartment.
Now, guys, be nice. Remember, there's a kid in the party chat with us.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
My bet is about to lose.
I got kicked out.
No, it's joining a match.
I heard something that is not.
You see our names? All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Do I have a mic?
Yeah, so you press this button right here to talk and then
Which
unpress it.
one?
40 will level him, I guess.
It's right here, you just touch C.
Level 25. That is so far away.
Hi.
And you press it to turn it off. Just don't talk too much too loud, okay? Alright.
What was it? Was that your son?
Yeah, that was a little one.
Oh, so.
You are level.
I can't call you that. That's true.
You're fired!
Fired?
I'm like,
Why am I fired, guys? Tell me, why am I fired?
Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know what, Latin?
So, Daddy, is it this button right here? Daddy, is it this button in the bottom?
No, this.
One turn.
You're fired!
I remember when I used to call.
Why am I fired?
What was that from? You're fired. Oh, that was Zeus.
Why is it not joining a match? Oh, here we go.
It is right now.
There it goes.
There's other people. We're waiting for another crew to get in. We got 12 now. I was messing with some Mexicans earlier.
Just make sure you keep your mic muted so they don't hear me all the time. All right, guys, get those applause. Let's get everything going on in the chat, guys. How's everybody here doing here tonight? J13, welcome back to the channel. It's nice to see you again, bro. Thank you so much for moderating the channel and making the channel as healthy it is here today, guys. And Thomas, thank you so much for being so active and metal. Thanks for hanging out as always. So, Domination, Ground War, TDM is your preference? You know, Ground War, I don't know. I don't really feel it. I don't know what it is. Like, there's something about it that bothers me. Oh, I hate this map. Oh, gosh. Ground War blows. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad mode. If you're playing by yourself, Ground Wars, I guess, is a way to go. But
Daddy, my volume! It's too loud.
What? They never.
better? Is it better?
Oh, I just got sniped in the head, dude. I saw that. You can hear us again? What game is this?
Mission Destroy. No.
Is it too loud?
Dude, that 10 years penalty might be huge for me.
I'm good.
How did he? Oh, guess what I was doing, guys?
I'm good.
I was playing this like it was Fortnite, waiting for the reload. I thought you had a reload time, so I stood straight up. So they shot me again.
Did you try to build a RAM too?
No, I tried to man up first, I didn't have no mats. Chaos got sniped too. Let me open my door real quick. Well, not my.
Less than a minute.
Oh, my door's not caught up.
Shot.
There's another one here.
Ooh. Little sneaky little buggers.
Alright, guys, you got this.
Time's up. Move your asses.
I need Uber Plus. Have you ever heard of it?
We don't have time.
It's so cold outside, so I don't want to drive.
Wow.
Take it off. Focus on the next round.
Daddy,
I'm glad everything's working out great for you, bro. What?
what did I do?
They might be out of
Mic-
full range now.
It said mic tuned for regular room.
Well, don't do
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Accidentally did. I was
Yeah,
trying
because
to
you hit the
turn it
back
on.
button.
Destroy.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
There's no way they get
45, dude, that's like a
Hold on.
60-yard kick.
There's no way they get around.
Testing. Testing, testing.
Target's ID. Get to the bomb and move
No,
in.
it's touch sensitive. Be careful.
Is it too loud?
No, you're fine.
We've got the bomb.
All right, let's go, boys. I did bad with this gun, guys.
We got this. We got this.
Oh, come on. Why are they giving him the whole middle of the field?
What the You're so far behind.
Ooh, shit across in the window, second floor.
Yeah, he's kicking it right now. Don't tell me what happened. Give me a bucket. That's it.
Oh, Wawa. Oh, boy.
Yo, Wawa. Oh, shit. You gotta get Wawa.
Take it.
Alright, wait, what?
Remember last time we were playing and I ordered like 4 subs?
Less
Oh,
than
yeah.
a minute.
I had them for the next day. Hey,
Come on, man.
What
This
is up?
is king. Oh my
large
god.
macaroni and a large soup.
Oh, he did hit it, didn't he? Your hands are cold. Ah, he did some.
Wow, man, for real. Come on, man. Why are we taking the bomb over there?
Is it snowing over there right now?
No.
Time's up. Move your
Is it
ass.
snow?
Honestly, bro, these footsteps is killing this game.
Losing ground. Let's take it back.
Is it snow jet over there?
Yeah, it did snow. What's up,
I'm
Thomas?
back.
Yeah, the lasers are pointless. I only put it on because I don't have enough attachments anyway, so I'll just get that extra accuracy. Why not? Right.
Destroy.
All right, let's do this, guys. We got this.
Sorry.
You're fine. You're learning.
First every time.
Target's ID. Get to the bomb and move it.
Right? Ooh, Thomas with the Yahoo.
You ordered right?
Yeah, I just hate this map. And I hate footprints. Like, honestly,
That's terrible, dude.
they need to set up a field house. Make Dead Silent perk, man. I'm telling you, that would fix the entire game.
Enemy care package inbound.
You don't like that silence? Are you saying?
No, I love it. I don't like that all my 10 years of playing Call of Duty, now it's not a perk.
Yeah. I have it set as my field up equipment or whatever.
Yeah, well, I have that one where I can choose two, and like munitions or the Dead Silence, so I like to choose back and forth.
Yeah.
But like I said, the biggest factor is the footprints and
I died. I was about to play the bomb.
plus it's the search and destroy. They gotta hear the game. What?
I was about to
Less than
play
a
the
minute.
bomb over at A and they killed me.
Who got the bomb? Anybody?
It's over at A. Why the bomb keeps going over there, and every time I go over there, I get killed.
Yeah, because they just camped that alley.
Yeah, these footsteps are ridiculous, bro. I can't even like crouch and walk.
Bomb is in play. Attack the weapon. We're planting the bomb. Watch your asses. 30 seconds.
Got him planted.
Oh, God.
Ah, he killed me.
Bomb planted. Start the clock.
Right now.
The enemy has planted our bomb.
Wow.
Forget that round. On to the next.
Yeah, but see, I'm not even worried about the 725 being nerfed, though. You know what I'm saying? Footsteps, 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 footsteps. You developers, get with the program here. Fix these damn footsteps, okay? Because if not, I'm not buying Call of Duty ever again. I bought this because this could have been an amazing Call of Duty. It had potential. They screwed it up with footsteps. They screwed it up with these safe spots and hiding spot zones and just wow. You know what I'm saying? Just super wow. It's insane, dude.
I got one.
Let me get on top here and see what we can... Come on! Why are you yelling, dude?
They're over in the riverbed. There's like 3 of them.
I can't. I'm gonna turn my party chat off, man. I can't even like... Yeah. Like, I don't like the maps. I don't like the layout. Too many safe spots. Yeah, I hate those footsteps so much. Even... Yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah. I'm just... relax, Trix. What?
How do you do the Molotov?
the top, this button.
This
What?
one?
Yeah.
Anybody else see that on my screen? Anybody else watch it? I'm gonna write that in order.
Nice. Teabag that. Mm-hmm.
We're losing ground. Let's take it back.
Getting wrecked, boys.
Oh man, I think I've been playing too much COD Mobile.
Search and destroy.
Yeah, this is more of a slower pace Call of Duty. I gotta keep remembering, I gotta slow it down.
We need to keep them intact.
I don't have the right guns for
Yeah.
it.
Huh?
I don't have the right guns for it.
Literally,
It'll be okay.
Follow me.
oh my god.
Dude, my bullet just went through the guy. 100%.
Oh no.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Oh, come on.
4.5 of work.
Focus on the next
2.5
round.
hours of work.
Guys, they guarded A.
You shoot my teammates too much? Yeah, I know. I feel you, James. Yeah, you play COD Mobile, right? I shoot. Yeah.
And my work time, that's not hours. I
He's
work
okay.
10 hours a day.
Search and destroy.
You like the survival one? Wait, what?
My
Good night. Good night, Pepper. Have a good one. Thank you.
Yo, Chris.
Asset location
Yeah.
confirmed.
My bad, guys. I'm upgrading my marksman rifle, so I'm not really going try hard at the moment.
Yeah, my brother knows Lisa real well. He told her she didn't know what the fuck she was doing about
Enemy counter UAV
running the
online.
business.
Be advised.
First 90 minutes.
Bum bum bum.
What's happening on my screen?
things to say there.
Ooh, I got him, Skits. I can't hear you. Too much volume in the game.
What's happening on my screen?
Oh, counter UAV. It means they're blocking our radars. All right, where they at, guys? Are they at A?
Enemy precision airstrike.
Yo,
All right, get indoors.
Enemy VTOL in the air.
I shot that. I just shot that.
Great. Meatball, dude.
Without your code. Oh god.
Come on, dude. Are you kidding me?
Oh man. Mom's a B. Where's everybody at? Come on, I'm the only one there killing them. Oh, there's only Skits left. Shoot. Dang it.
That's it. We've lost the objective. I expect better.
Y'all garbage. What?
Who just called me
You're
garbage? I will
trash.
call your mom and tell her what you
What?
said.
You're trash. You want 0-6.
I will call your mom right now.
You didn't even play the game. You
I wasn't
keyboard
talking.
warrior. Garbage.
Ordering Subway because your mom will take me a sub. Make sure she toasts it like your phone.
You tell her.
Hey, I made it on top of my list there. Yeah. So for you, I'm gonna change the. I want to do it.
Daddy,
Hold on.
why did he just say he had to go? He had to throw a snake on a girl.
Yeah, I don't want you hearing all that. So I'm gonna do everyone in the party except for the party. Okay. Did we all glitched out? Testing. Yeah, they weren't even that good. I don't know why, like
I can't
why do
hear
you have to trash talk? I get it. You're playing Call of Duty, you're in your mother's basement, you want to be tough on the internet. All right, it's cool. But seriously? Especially since, you know, I got my son playing with me, guys. I don't want him hearing all that. Like, people say really dumb things in this game. It's really bad. Worse, well, almost as bad as Fortnite.
Jackie?
I know, hold on, I think it's glitched. Skits, I think it glitched out, bro. Is everything okay?
Hey, why are you muted? You have an X on you.
Shouldn't be. Oh, because I'm not in your party. Shoot. Unmute me.
Everything's cool.
There you go, you're good. Okay, cool. It's 4 of us here. Alright, so we got 4 of us. Are we missing anyone? Yeah, that was a tough battle, bro. I mean... They were getting mad, bro. This dude tried to run up at me and knife me, bro. I wrecked him.
Hey, why are you muted again?
Because I'm not in your party. I think I'll have to get re-invited. Alright, yeah, I think Search kind of made them upset and left. Yeah, I think they're more like TDM. Yeah, I had to mute the freaking chat, bro, because people saying bad things. I got my son playing.
I can't hear Skits.
Skits is on Discord. You can't do game chat right now. Wait, did you get headphones yet?
Nope, not yet.
Right. I feel you, Thomas. I feel you. Cyberbullying. Yeah, somebody's mad, very mad. Triggered. Yes. Somebody's getting fired. That's from cyberbullying. Yes. It is just a game, guys. It is just a game. Why do you have to be so mad? I mean, I get mad, but I don't know. All right, bro. Let's do this. You ready? Let's go. Come on, little man. You ready? We got this. Uh-oh. Oh, God. It's time to level up my weapon, guys. Oh, it's time to level up the carbine. Let's go. I'm gonna camp in the back building.
Team deathmatch. You are clear to engage all threats. That's it, Claymore.
I got a kill!
You got a kill?
I got killed by Godzilla.
Wow.
Reloading.
Enemies in here.
Wow. Okay. Got me from the bottom, but he wasn't there. All right, let's try this again. Oh, what the heck? Well, whatever. Nowhere near did you aim at me like that. Look at this. Look at this aim assist. Wow. He shot me in my toes and gave him a headshot probably.
Enemy care package.
I got revenge. How? What the heck? Oh, okay.
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Ooh. Let's get upstairs, guys. Somebody's over there. Okay.
Greg, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to reset the whole deal.
What happened?
It just, it said I was in the party the whole time and I wasn't. Like, so when
Yeah, that happens a lot.
and then it wouldn't let me out. And it had me on, what's up on?
Wow. Wow. Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. Yeah, I took your other two guys too. They kind of, I don't know what happened to them. Or what happened to them?
One with the
Enemy in
mistake.
the warehouse.
Change my weapon, man. I'm not really feeling this map, guys. I'm really not. Come on.
You guys started into this match at the beginning, or did it?
Kind of. Are you playing?
Friendly
Got 'em
UAV
3
online.
headshots, and
Three tea bags. I saw that.
Are throwing knives still used to kill this game?
Yeah, Throw Knives is beast in this game, bro. What the shenanigan, man? I should have moved my spot. I'm just trying to level up this weapon, guys. Once I get this level weapon up, it's all good. It's all good, man. What the heck? Wow. I don't know, bro. This game is too user-friendly.
Oh, did he kill me? Yep,
What? Come on, man.
same guy. I can't. It's just some other reason I can't kill him.
What?
Nothing but it's going back.
Wow. Okay, hit markers with the marksman rifle from close range. How do you want me to one-shoot people? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with this gun. I'm getting mad. Whatever, man. Like, every time I get killed, bro, the kill cams are whack.
Oh, I just pistol punched somebody. Yo, I went to shoot
Oh!
and it
Um,
put a claymore down for me. And I don't even have a claymore in my class.
I hate doing this, man, but these people make me so mad.
Awesome enough.
What'd you get, bro?
Double kill. UAV
Be
guy.
careful. Right?
I'm not playing no more. I'll never play anymore.
Oh, come on!
Nice and easy. I hate being that guy, man, with a shotgun, but I'm mad right now. I don't have any RPGs. Nope.
I can't find that trying to get first of all.
Enemy in the warehouse.
Warehouse, you say? You, somebody got teabag. Yes, that gun you're using isn't good. I know. This game is very buggy indeed.
The last kill.
Oh, I think I got the kill.
I hate TDM, bro.
And then joined in.
I know, me too, bro.
Daddy.
Yeah, I hate it too. Yo, what's up, Anthony? How's it going, bro? How are you, man? What's up?
You should have seen me. This guy jumped on me. I had a shotgun. I went like this. And I hit him right there. Look, Daddy. I killed him and it hit right there. Look.
Oh.
He jumped on me and I went like this.
All right, Skids, we gotta pick up Latin's back. He said he had to reset his Xbox. Hold on. Well, I hate that it kicks us out. Okay, so the old Call of Duties where every time you were done with a match, you get re-queued with the same players. I miss that.
Daddy, why are you muted?
Oh,
Muted.
shoot. Hold on. And it seems like they're too worried about adding content into the game than fixing the issues in the game. I agree with J13, guys. This Call of Duty situation is pretty severe. They really need to do something, or they're having a lot of angry customers. My biggest thing is bring back the old matchmaking system, take out footsteps, or at least give us a better perk to eliminate or lower footstep sounds or something. Right. True. I don't know, Latin. What happened? Yeah, what do you think, Skits? What do you think they should do?
Free fall.
Hey, what the heck?
What happened?
Did I get kicked? Oh, he's in a match. Oh, okay, never mind. All right. Did it get code in here? Oh, there he is. You know what I missed the most about this game, though, guys?
Made me go in the game.
I miss the old matchmaking where after each round you could stay in the same room with the people talking trash and make that comeback.
Right. Wonder.
Yeah, they added realism. Yeah, that new realism mode. What is this? Realism TDM? Minimum HUD with standard health and increased headshot damage. That's good for people that actually know how to aim, though they can one-hit you rather than people just spraying hip-firing guns in this game. Yeah.
Got time for one more match.
All right, let's do it. We're ready. Go ahead, Skids. You about to head out?
No, after this match.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't played Call of Duty in a while, man.
It's TGS.
Tricks Gaming Squad, bro. You should know this.
I haven't played in a while either.
I hate this game. Tricks knows this game so much.
I mean, the game could have been flawless, man. There's just a couple things and minorities they should have focused on. I mean, they shouldn't change some things they shouldn't have.
Daddy, how you get the shotgun?
Because, you know, from a business standpoint, we have to understand their focus now is to bring in new customers. They're making their current consumers very upset.
Daddy, I have a shotgun.
Huh?
Yeah, that's
I have a shotgun.
There you go.
Peace.
Hey, shotgun.
I hate that all these weapons punish you on,
I forgot for a second. Like, did it really just walk?
wait, who, Stuber? Stuber! What? Thomas, play those drones! Yeah, I do like realism. Realism's not bad, though, guys. Not bad at all. It's actually alright.
I thought it wasn't far.
Did you want to get in with us, Jay? My bad, Skids, bro. If I'm talking your head up, bro, let me know. I keep forgetting to mute.
Gas station? No, was it far enough?
Uh-oh, kill confirm. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna upgrade my MP5. I'll keep my marksman just for, like, long range, but I'm...
Sending Claymore.
Yeah, let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's get it. Now they have to confirm their kill.
Roll.
They do that.
Wow. Down to TN to the right there. Latin, be careful. He's behind that corner. Oh, to your left. I got the one to your right. You're good.
Reloading.
Got his tag.
I'm gonna camp so hard, my cheeks are gonna get warm.
Reloading.
Got those tags, buddy. Another one. Oh no, wait.
Shoot him, I tag. You bag him, I tag.
Sending Claymore.
Grenade.
I kept it so hard, guys. I ain't gonna lie. Wait, what? What? Camp those cheeks, right?
9 kill, 99.
Oh, I got a kill.
Kill confirmed.
Only ring one mine.
Sending Claymore.
That one in circles.
Enemy at the front.
How many hit markers do I need?
You gotta kill with your claymore.
Enemy UAV
What the
overhead.
heck was that?
Friendly UAV online.
What?
Our enemy has the lead.
Bum, bada, bum, bada, bum, bum. Bum, bada, bum.
Bye.
Bum, bada, bum, bada, bum, 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 bada, bum, bada, bum, 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 bada, bum, bum, bum.
The enemy is the care package inbound.
Oh, I forgot it's not one hit kills anymore.
Nope, nope, nope.
Bro, you made me attack. I just hit dude in the face.
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Ooh, my stability is down, guys. That's what I gotta watch out here. That was funny. Teammate blew in front of blocking the shots. Yeah, right. True, true. Yeah.
How's this guy still in minute? Is he lost?
Friendly precision airstrike. We're losing ground. Fight harder.
All right, guys. Oh. Wow.
Come on.
Gotta get those attachments for no recoil, guys. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, you got the guy. Shit. Why would you say that? Water bill?
Enemy care package inbound.
Bum 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 bum.
Rocks? What kind of rocks? Oh. Maybe
Wow. Okay.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
killed somebody who's kind of...
Shield turret ready to deploy.
How did I keep getting killed when you reach from the air when I'm inside of a building?
Yeah. Stay away from doorways.
Up. Wanna grab that? The Uber? Tell him I said Shamala.
Wow. Shalalala. Okay. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do here, guys.
I went to slide in the door, but I completely slid past it.
Wow. Okay.
Got rocked.
The spawn switches are super dumb. Nothing we can do, guys. True, true.
Why?
No.
Oh my god. This is my last match. I tried to shoot, I hit the right trigger, which is what's on Xbox, and it freaking did a melee attack. Melee attack.
I won.
It's gonna hit me. I guarantee it.
Friendly
I'm just gonna oversell. Yeah,
Okay, we need to reload.
Oh.
Come on with the single shots. Oh, that makes me so mad. Like, I need to change my attachments, bro. My stability in my gun is bad. Like, I'm aiming at him, but it doesn't count.
enemy precision airstrike inbound.
Wow. Just use the MP5, guys. It's good for all around, pretty much. I'm trying to get this thing going, but it's driving me crazy.
Come on.
Precision airstrike
Come on. Wow. Wow, really? Wow, bullets came around the corner before he appeared.
What?
Yeesh. What the heck was that, man? There is so much baloney in this game. I don't even know what to call it, bro. Just gonna hip fire SMGs, man. That's how you gotta play nowadays, you know?
What?
Oh my god, lucky, man. Oh no, I'm sorry, Thomas. Sorry, Thomas. What did you do now, bro? Thomas, what did you break? Thomas! Oh wow, wow. Okay. Wow, woohoo! Let me see how many hit markers I got.
Dad, I avenged you.
Huh?
I avenged you. I got him.
Thank
Look.
you. Yeah, weaken him.
Look,
He
Daddy, I
survived.
avenged him.
Were they playing Round the Rosie? Probably.
I avenged you.
You did. Thank you. I think they were playing around the Rosie. They were running around the boxes and. Ow, bro!
Friendly precision airstrike on the way.
Well, okay, whatever. Lucky, 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 lucky. Lucky, 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 lucky. Yo, I'm about to switch weapons, yo. Level up the SMG. What the? What? I want to see this kill cam. You got the go. Oh, he's using the same gun. He knows. Wow. Okay. Well, supposedly he's aiming perfect. Whatever, man. Like, I don't like this. I don't know, bro. TDM is so cheesy.
Enemy in the office. Hard day. Clean yourselves up.
I don't know. Trickspot did it. I believe it. I believe it. What are we gonna do, guys? Did you just name yourself Hamburglar? Wow. Right, Thomas? You got it. You got it, bro. What's up, Oren? How are you?
Daddy, look, I'm level 13.
Level 13?
Look! Daddy, I got Desert Snake for my shotgun. How do you put that on?
You have to go to weapons. And then for that shotgun, go to loadout, find the shotgun you're using, and go to gunsmith. Go to camos, customize. Go to camouflage. There you go.
Daddy, you know which one I want?
Right. Yeah, Thomas, this game is crossplay, bro. Anybody can play. You know that, right? It's already 10:19. It's almost time for you to go to bed, dude. I heard the death in this game is quick. Oh, dude. I don't even think quick is the word for depths, guys. I think deaths are insane. I'm gonna work on my SMG. No more of this, whatever I'm doing.
Look at my shotgun. Look.
I was working on carbine for a while.
Dad, look at my shotgun.
Can't see. You're on the other. You're on my left. I think I'm in front of you. That's why. Now I see it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
See
go.
it?
Mm-hmm.
No prisoners. Company policy.
Dude, what are we doing?
Contact! Enemy in the bus.
Kill confirmed.
Oh, come on!
Oh man, I don't like this spot. I don't want to be here.
Sending Claymore.
Wow. Wow. Can I make it in this building? I think I can, guys.
Setting Claymore.
Ooh, I made it inside. Thank goodness. This is my kind of building. Even though it's dangerous in here, guys, so let's be careful.
What? A cup. Oh.
Kill confirmed.
Reloading.
Oh.
Claymore.
I got one in this building with me, man. I need help big time.
All right.
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Incoming.
Come on, poke up.
Right on.
That's what you get there, buddy.
Kill confirmed. Enemy VTOL jet in the AO. Enemy counter UAV online.
Oh. Daddy.
It's like 3 bullets for machine gun kill. Yeah.
Look how many of us
Hold
died.
on. I know. Come on.
Airship.
Very true, Oren. What were you using anyway? 300 blackout? Man, that plane is so loud. Holy macaroni! No, I'm not camping. No, Thomas, what do you speak of, bro? Oh, that's the Harrier shooting at me. Nope. We need to take that Harrier out, guys.
Daddy, there's a guy with a shield.
Oh, it's pulling out. Wow, we are losing. Come on, man. Hit markers for days, yo. I swear I've been getting hit markers. I can't even... There's somebody up there.
What?
Wow. Yeah, that plane was super loud. Dude, you need to stop screaming, okay? You can't hear yourself, you gotta turn your volume down. Somebody's in here with me. Shut the door behind you.
We go together.
Enemy
Target sighted.
Wow. Okay.
VTOL jet in the AO.
Honey, booty, beep, beep, beep. Sugar. He's gonna be coming up here. Watch. Another Harrier, really? Wow. That guy on the other side of the map just gonna camp you, right? Yeah, he is. That's why I'm not poking out. That's crazy, guys. We have to survive. What shall we do? Wow. Dude, man, you're so lucky, bro. Wow.
Enemy's halfway there. Step it up.
Come on, man. Whatever.
What?
Whatever, man. I need to pay more attention. Why am I spawned with a stun grenade? I'm done. I don't like kill confirm. I really don't. I used to love this mode, but now I despise it.
Enemy counter UAV online.
Wow, whatever.
Sending Claymore.
Whatever.
Alright, come on.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Nah, he did not die. Right. I'm trying not to, guys. Wow. That's how you do it.
Kill confirmed. Kill confirmed.
Oh, hey, I tried, guys. I know they're getting mad. I was holding it down. You can only camp so long in this game. There's just the way they got the maps laid out. There, you just can't. You have to move to the next spot practically. Man, that air freshener smells good.
Enemy in the buses.
Enemy full jet in the AO. Kill confirmed.
That's how you do it, man. Stay alive, guys. Stay alive. They got a Harrier again. Wow. Oh, he's been laying down there the whole time. How did he not die? Yeah. I forgot how to do a finisher move, guys. I'm trying to mount on him. Like, wait, what am I doing?
30 seconds.
Sending Claymore.
Time's up. Move. Move. Flash out.
Oh!
Take cover.
This is crazy, man.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do single life modes, bro. This is driving me nuts.
I can't play this stuff, bro. I just losing my tech.
Yeah, well, you can take it out now. You know it's just us, right?
They try way too hard.
Yeah, I know. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Look at this dude right here, bro. Like, come on, bro. For real. This game is not this serious.
Daddy,
What?
look how many kills I got.
Wow. Well, you got a lot of confirms. You've been grabbing tags, so at least you've been doing the objective.
Yeah, I got 2 kills.
You're fine. 2 kills is better than 0 kills. I've seen people go 0.
Just collect tags.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to. Didn't work out.
Let me see if
why'd you
Mr.
leave?
Atari wants to join us. Hold on. Oh, we didn't leave. We're just...
Who's Mr. Atari?
Who, what?
Who's Mr. Atari?
Mr. Atari is Mr. Atari. You don't even
Is
know
he
what
a
an
fish?
Atari is.
Is he a fish?
Is he a fish? What in that name makes you consider it as a fish?
Atari sounds like...
Huh. Maybe I need to go under the sea and ask that kind of question.
Under the sea. A fish look at me like I was crazy. I went like this. Under the sea to him. He was like this. Like I was crazy.
Alright, so stand right next to him before killing him, right? That was messed up. Yes, it was. LOLs. We're trying, guys. You know, we're really trying. Oh, grind is real. Oh, by the way, guys, I got TrickSpot hanging out on all your channels now, too. I mean, he won't be moderating or doing like he does here.
Equivalent of sucking dick.
You know, it's all good. Almost bedtime, though, man. Give it till 11 o'clock, okay? I'm not here alone. There's a mess, dude. Do me a favor. Grab me, go in the fridge, mini fridge.
What?
At the top, grab me the, iced tea, or the tea. The green tea. Yeah, the white can. Top left.
I thought you were finally gonna drink something healthy from what you said. Some, yeah, I'm like,
Oh, no. Not this map.
this.
Ooh, but it's searched, so it might be
I
alright.
thought
Yeah.
you said you're gonna drink some healthy stuff,
Yeah.
not some of this shenanigans.
Yeah, buddy. All right, let's do it, guys. Let's go. Let's hold it down. Yo, what's up, LMA? How are you there, Buck? All right, bro. Let's hold it down, dude. You ready for this, man? You ready for this, bro? Watch it. Don't go in there all the way, bro. You know how they... See? Told you.
Okay.
Yeah. Watch it. Another one.
Bomb is in play. Attack the weapon caches.
Chilling in the.
Oh, I had to reload. Bro, I almost took the whole team out in that vent. Are you playing or what? Man, I was holding it down, guys.
Daddy, I didn't get my loadout.
It's a 1v1 right now, guys. It's all good. It's a 1v1. Let's go. I wish I would have had a double claymore, though. That would have been nice. Man, it came back to back, though, man.
Less than a minute.
Yo, these guys like to travel in groups, so be careful. If you kill one, expect 2 or 3 more. Be careful.
Yeah, I just learned that the hard way.
Yeah, I went and claymored one and shot 2, and then the 4th one came in. I'm like, really? Ooh.
Still one, man.
That is some G, bro. No joke, that MP5. That gun is... Look at that. He said, I'm gonna shoot you right in the middle. Look, he's in the air.
So we know who our weaklings.
Search and destroy.
All right, bro, let's do this.
Target's ID. Get to the bomb and move in. Bomb is in play. Attack the weapon cache. Secure the area.
Oh, come on. What the heck? Oh, I'm embarrassed. He got me with a... He gets a 1 shot, I mean. I'm done. That's not even a Magnum. And he shot me like... Wow. Do I remember you? I mean, I do remember the name. Do I remember it a lot? I'm going to be completely honest with you. If you're not active, I'm not going to remember, guys. You know what I'm saying? When people strike like long conversations with me, it like triggers and sticks to my brain. I do remember your name, though.
Yeah.
All right, let me see what else we got going on here. We gotta hold it down, guys. So hopefully, I got the Pride from Discord. Shout out to the Pride. I might be able to get an Xbox Live for 1 year, thanks to one of our wonderful Discord members there, guys. Because I know my live ran out.
Move. I'm planting the bomb.
Hey, look!
Hold on, they're planting the bomb.
Hey, don't let him defuse it!
It's all up to you now. The squad's counting on you.
Come on, why you hit my chair, bro? Come on, can you please stop that? Wow, man.
Shake it off. Focus on the next round.
Alright, seriously, you need to sit where you need to sit and just don't move, okay? I don't like my chair moved while I'm holding my mouse. It bothers my shots. Alright, I told you, don't be doing that.
Use that side on MP5.
Switching
Yeah,
sides.
it's like the very first time
Oh,
using
man.
it, and I don't like it.
Search and destroy.
Oh, man. It's like everybody uses the same weapons in this game. Alright, let's go. Switch it up here, guys. Yeah, no, the rage. Yeah, I got messed up, bro. Whatever. I'm so sick of this aim assist hipfire bull shenanigans. You haven't been on in a while? Yeah, it's okay, Buck. I know, I don't blame you. There's not really much here, really. Pretty dead.
Bomb planted on Alpha.
There's 2 over by B.
Mm-hmm. Ay, 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 ay. Mm-mm-mm.
Wait, Daddy, were you spectating me?
Yeah,
You saw me kill that guy?
yeah. Wow.
Oh, dude, that guy got lit. Oh, eat shit. You just ate shit, bro.
You had a bad day yesterday with State of Decay 2? What happened, Jay? What happened, Jay? What did you do? I was getting mad, I ain't gonna lie. I was getting very mad there at times. But it's okay, guys. We're going to hold it down right now. Alright, so we gotta talk about this game. Call of Duty.
Dad, look at me. Look at me,
And
Daddy.
I'm paying attention to the game right now. Come on.
Missile incoming. Enemy bomb at Bravo. Get over there.
I hate the loud feet in this game, man. Come on. What? Wow. I'm done, man. I'm about to just throw this game out the window. Like, I straight shot and unloaded everything into this guy.
Wow.
Right. That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's America.
Oh, God.
Search and destroy.
Yeah. It made this game way too easy, bro. Like, way too user friendly. Like, this game was a was more focused on marketing. They're trying to bring in new consumers. They're not even caring about the veterans or like the people that are like really into the game. Like,
Hi.
come on. Careful. I don't have any grenades or anything.
Precision airstrike. Take cover.
Not good. This is gonna hurt.
Less than a minute.
Are they going for B? Yeah, it sounds like they're going for B.
Ah!
Guys, they're going for B.
It's down to you. Get it done.
Come on, man. I'm getting mad.
Keep at 'em.
Just get at it. Dude, you wanna see, I'm gonna send this to you.
Look, barely even hit me. Like, just straight drag his scope and gets killed.
Switching
Let me know what you
sides.
think.
Ah, whatever.
Oh, man, Mr. Winnie.
Search and destroy.
Alright, that's it. You wanna play? Alright, we'll play. I'm not gonna let them shut us down like that.
We've got the bomb.
I took one out, why not? Ugh. They are definitely cheating. I lost another person. They got 2 random guys show up and I went to join my group and then I went to go with them do a mission and the other one and the new people died and another one 2 random guys show up and the same thing. Wow, just really bad luck. Really bad luck. I totally get it though. It's all good, bro. I definitely get it. Yeah, State of Decay will do that to you though. Lots of zombies, lots of missions, a lot of shenanigans. Wow.
Oh, here.
Took a beating today. Not gonna take it lying down.
Yeah, I don't blame you, bro. That was a poo match. Oh, even my son went above 2 people on our teams. That's crazy.
That's it.
What'd I do?
You passed 2 people on our team.
Guy, those 4 kills are from me trying to defend B the whole time.
Yeah, no, I know. It's an objective mode. It's all good. Yes, I could have had like 8 people at my place and ended up only having 4. But yeah, the more you have though, the more resources you need and the more missions you got to do and the more got to make this person happy, that person happy. And honestly, we just don't really care. We're just trying to play the game, right? So it's kind of like you're playing Sims, but they're very angry at you in this apocalypse event. Andreas, thank you so much. Appreciate the 8 diamonds there. Yes, man. What we gonna do about Live Me, bro? Remember this stuff used to be lit, bro?
Yeah.
Back in the day, what was it 2016, 17? Live Me was litty. Now it's, bro. I look at the future page, and I just be like, man, I ain't feeling none of these streamers, bro. I'm not trying to be judgmental or nothing. It's just not my kind of thing. Skits, hold on. I think it kicked me out. Yep, I'm glitched. I gotta restart. Give me a second.
You're fired!
I'm coming back in now.
It's too late.
Bory said, little man, you're fired!
How am I fired?
Because you're fired.
You should be fired.
It's Thomas plays the drums because he thinks it's funny.
Daddy,
What?
you should be fired because you're bad.
I'm bad. I was first place.
You're second. It's got 9 kills.
Okay, well, that round I was second.
I got third.
Go ahead and shoot me that. Or actually, let me see if I can join you. Hold on.
Hey, Daddy, I got something to tell you.
I'm coming in now. There you go, guys. Ooh, look at Jay. Look what he did.
Daddy, I got something to tell you.
Look, he farted. People get so creative with emojis, don't they?
What the heck is...
That you fired. Ain't it past your bedtime? Yeah, it pretty much is. You got 15 minutes. Never liked your farts. I think, you know how many people I know actually tried that?
What?
Like their farts? Have you ever took a lighter to your fart?
What kind of person will right now do that?
I don't know. You know how people use like those flame torches with the
Daddy,
lighter?
You know what?
What?
You're fired!
Okay. Everyone our age. I know, right, Jay? You got it, bro. I think we all did it. When we were younger, we had some sleepovers with your friends. Like, dude, grab a lighter. What you gonna do with it, man? I'm gonna fart. Like, see how far it can go? Like, far on, man. Yeah. I might fart over to China.
What the heck? What are you talking about? I'm about to fart over to China. Help me! No!
Woo, you just did it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You forced me. You grabbed my hand and went like this.
All right, bro. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Go. Let's get you ready. Let's go. 1099 over.
Daddy, the bomb's mine.
It's showtime, guys. It is freaking showtime in this game.
Daddy, which one should we go for?
I don't know. I'm gonna go over to A.
Bomb is in area.
Daddy, they're going for A. I saw one go over to A. Ah! You're fired! Daddy, I died.
Shh, we need to pay attention. Pay attention. Wow! I saw the light. No! They got me in the head. I'll give him that. Pay attention, right? Right?
Less than a minute.
Bird in the pants, guys. That was a nice headshot. I will vouch for that kill. Like, I can agree with that kill cam. I have no denying in that one. I was standing perfectly still like a dummy, so. Headshots are a little easy with that. Alright, did you die?
Yeah.
Alright, it's a 2v2. What the heck are you eating?
We have the bomb. Move.
What is that? You shouldn't be eating nothing right now. You gotta go to bed.
30 seconds.
What is it?
Time's up. Move your asses. Half in the field. Secure the area.
Watch that mine.
Enemy UAV
Oh, oh,
overhead.
oh. One on top. Nice. Ooh wee. Good job.
Like, oh shit.
Wow, you didn't see that guy there? What a fail, right? Your son eating? Yeah, he's eating. Shouldn't be eating because we had Pizza Hut earlier, and he's eating. I think he's eating cheesy nuts or cheesy, whatever they're called. Cheesy nuts. Yeah.
Retrieve the bomb and hit those targets.
All right, guys, I'm ready this time. It's showtime. Bum 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 bum. Wow, he's got shield. Really? Wow, thirsty, bro.
Hey, look! What?
Thank you, Andres.
Hey, how do you get that?
What, the shield? You
Yeah.
just gotta unlock it, level up. It's not.
How-
It's all right. It's not as good as you think it is. It used to be good. They patched it though.
How high level do you have to be?
It reminds me of someone I wonder. Right, right.
Really, Daddy?
Hold on. Yeah. Oh, the Binding of Isaac. Ooh, that was close.
The same one. Retarded. That was.
All right, seriously, I need you to sit still. Like you're moving too much. You're driving me crazy. I love you, but relax, please. Like I need my hands. I need my hands. Don't move my desk. That stuff like that drives me off the wall.
Hey, a bomb!
I know.
Who's gonna get the bomb?
I'm not getting the bomb.
Retrieve the bomb.
Skit's got it!
Skit's got it. All right, well let's go. We got this, bro.
How the fuck?
Got the bomb. We're planting the bomb. Watch your asses. Our bomb is set. Hold that position.
I'll watch upstairs. You guys just watch down the road there.
Look, Daddy.
Hold on. I'm paying attention to the game. One's coming down from the bottom left. Wow, there he is.
They all count.
Get
All
ready.
they do. Well, it is search and destroy.
Ooh, okay. Coming in with the 29 though.
Yeah, what happened to TV?
This bitch
It's went pitch black.
Switch
is
sides.
going to try to run
Daddy,
for
no.
the knife kill.
Search and destroy.
We not camp.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Dad, they're going to A!
Overhead.
Dad, they're going to A!
I know, hold on. Dude, I got a shield guy here up top. Careful, Skits, careful. There's a shield guy up there. Nice.
Dad, they're guarding A!
I got the one in the stairs. Oh! Careful, one in the hallway. Damn, Skits, you on the run, bro?
Got your back.
I ain't gonna be able to.
I believe.
One round clear. Not dead yet, are we, lads?
I saved
Yeah.
you twice, bro.
Bro, you came in running around like the World Olympics, bro. I'm like, this guy.
Alright,
You were gunning it, bro.
Ain't nothing like marksman rifles.
Hey, I want to do that next round.
That shield guy didn't know what to do. He didn't know which way to turn. He was like, oh, wait, what's going
Asset
on?
locations confirmed. Defending them is
I'm
critical.
in control. Or control.
Copy that.
Friendly UAV
Got that going with the Claymore. Here, bro, take these.
That shield! 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 I got the shield!
You got the shield?
Yeah, look!
Yeah, okay, hold on. They're up here, Skits, careful. Wow, one got me, bro. He's in the side room.
Hey, planting bomb.
I know, come on. If you're dead, don't be screaming, please.
Get over there. Enemy cluster strike incoming. Take cover.
Very true, guys. Very true indeed. Alright, but after this, I think we might have to get off. It's already about to hit 11. Yeah.
Hey,
You have to. No, because you're going to give me a hard time in the morning waking up to go to school, and we're not doing that.
can I have one more round so you do the knife thing?
We got work
I
to
should
do.
have just stayed in.
I know, bro. We got this, bro. Wow, that was way off, bro. Look, what the? Oh, well, it was a cluster bomb.
Well, I got a precision airstrike.
Okay, okay.
I knifed both them dudes in the hall.
Assets identified. We need to keep them intact.
Yeah, most of the time people go for A like crazy in this mode. All right, I'm gonna watch here. Oh, behind us. Up, got one.
Precision airstrike inbound.
Got one on a Claymore. Wow, bro, come on, man. Sick of the damn hip fires and Molotovs. Like, look at this. No. All right, they're at B. Oh, no, actually, no, A, my bad.
Less than a minute.
He's up top. One of them is anyway, but don't worry. Oh, yep, he's upstairs by the window. Be very quiet. He looks like he's gonna jump out the window. One's at the stairs to your left. Oh, you see those two.
He running.
Oh, Skits!
I was trying, bro.
you were on that booty, bro.
He was running.
You were chasing that.
You saw he was running.
Ooh, did you guys see that? Skits, everybody was watching that kill cam, bro.
Nice.
That's the
That was funny.
Yeah, that was like a horror game. That was probably a horror game for that person.
You were like the dog chasing the mailman.
That's it, lads. On to the next round. Get
I
ready.
knew the dude with the shield was behind me, but I didn't know it.
Yeah. He was running scared, right? That was funny, man.
Switching sides.
Okay, hey, we're getting it's a 3-3 game, guys. All right, we got it tied up. Let's go. All right, tied it up, tied it up.
Target's ID. Get to the bottom. Enemy UAV over.
I don't know how he didn't hear the footsteps behind him. Right, true. Some people don't play with headphones.
I got 2 people.
No, hold on. Wow. RPG'd. Or the truck, whatever. Okay, you got 2 people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You know
Careful,
the
Skits.
guy,
One by the blue car. He's outside your door.
Yeah, you know the guy that was running from Skits?
Yeah, he's right there by the door.
He ran
He's
for
coming
me.
in.
Back to weapon caches.
At
Damn,
night.
the wall
Less
got,
than a
I got
minute.
stuck.
It's up to Shadow here. They both know each other. Ooh! Nice one.
Let's send them home.
How'd you not see him through the window?
Bum, 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 bum.
There is no window. Oh, in that window.
Am I retarded?
guys. Don't worry, but we're gonna hold this one down. We're gonna have to go ahead and do this. Can we? I don't think so. Maybe. Dum dum da da dum 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 da da dum 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 da da dum.
Planting the bomb. Secure the area.
Planting.
Our bomb is set. Hold that.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, they're disarming. They're disarming. Well, I got the one disarming.
If I had to guess, I'd say they're probably on the bomb now.
Oh.
Wow.
Jesus. Man, that was sick, dog.
I don't like that the bomb keeps its progress while disarming. It should reset.
Search and destroy.
They've done so many things that really tick me off in this game. Like if you let go of the bomb, you shouldn't have just like left off where you left off. It should just automatically start from the beginning again, like the progress bar. That's annoying.
Bomb is in flight. Attack the weapon caches. We're planting.
Pointing again, I guess.
Our bomb is set. Hold that.
Come on.
9 seconds, be cool.
Woo-wee. Like how it is in Counter-Strike, right? That person using the controller, right? It's so weird, guys. It's so weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is absolutely crazy. Oh, man. All right, let's go. We got this.
Bomb planted on Bravo. Defuse it.
Wow. This is gonna be hard to run all the way there. Dang it!
Cutting on the right skid.
Shake it off. Focus on the next round.
Turning off crossplay. Well, here's the thing though. They people on controllers have aim assist though, Jay. You have to understand. You don't get aim assist with the mouse.
Search and destroy.
But when you play on a controller, you need aim assist. You can't play without it. I mean, some people do, but not recommended.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
All right, guys, let's pull it down. Let's go. They're going for B.
Cool, I'm technically there.
Yeah, just be careful, because there's only one over here.
Shoot that rocket off.
Hey, they're at B. B.
I know, I know.
Hey, they're planting a bomb.
Oh, they're planning at B. What?
Good win.
That's it. We've lost the objective. I expect better.
Oh my god.
99 times. Man, I'm fucking stuck in such a story.
Look at that, bro. Just barely shot me in my leg. Not even like a chest shot.
GG, boys.
And my shot didn't register, so there was no hit marker on their screen.
Got stuck at
Damn, level 15. I get kill streak.
Yeah, so the more kills you get without dying, you get kill streaks.
Yo, how did you get camo?
Well, I don't even know what I unlock anymore sometimes.
Daddy,
But
how do you get the knife? Really?
what? What about it?
I want it.
You gotta be level 22.
Is there a different
That's
knife?
a hard one.
Yeah.
Where?
Oh gosh. I don't.
Hey, where's the other knife?
There has to be one. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Really, Daddy?
I'm pretty sure that no, cause like Buccaneers, Panthers.
Hey, look at this. Riot shield, level 22. Knife, level 22.
Yeah, you'll get him though, don't worry. That wouldn't kill you, right? I don't mind that I'm just tired of those toxic Xbox tryhards. I know, I agree, Jay. Honestly, I think I have more fun with PC players. But the problem is, some of the PC players are a little... They talk a lot of trash, too.
What's the ghost?
What?
What's the ghost?
Those are just pre-made classes.
Oh, like a knife?
Yeah.
The ghost has a knife in it?
Protect the assets. Watch your back. We're on our own out here.
Oh.
One downstairs. Wow! Come on, man. What are you doing? Can you sit? This guy just came in with a double kill. So easy, too, man. Wow. Yeah, we lost this round for sure. Yeah, it is up. It is definitely up, guys.
Get to Bravo. Enemy bomb.
Only one?
Yeah, be careful because your feet are loud. They were upstairs. Did you hear them?
Hunt as a team, or we die. Search and destroy.
Hey!
Shh. Alright, screw this, man.
Daddy, how do you do this?
The enemy is in the air.
How do you do this?
Just play for a second, please.
Right you?
Yeah. Wow, man. Like, did nobody watch behind us? Like, I'm coming running right up. Wow, he came in with a triple. I'm done.
That dude just came up there and killed the whole team, bro.
Yeah, bro. It's bullcrap, bro. Like, I can't hear the butts, bro. All I hear is my damn team's feet. Like, everybody got like big Bigfoot feet and stuff. I can't hear nothing. Everybody's walking cleats on their feet. Footsteps are just ridiculous in this game, man. Like,
Dude, right, I thought I was like...
Search and destroy.
I don't know, bro. I'm trying,
You got the objective. The enemy.
but I don't see the developers really even giving a crap about gameplay, guys. They're so focused. Yeah, they nerfed some guns, they added some maps, but I just don't see it, bro. Like, they don't care. Oh my god, this big bright shit on my way. I can't shoot. Wow, how did I die? Seriously? What the hell is that? Wow. I probably died by a flashbang or something. That was dumb. Team is lazy? Yeah, it's all good. Everybody's got a ton of brick on their feet? Yeah. Nice one. Another one upstairs. Or wait, no, never mind. Yep, on your left.
Friendly UAV on.
Oh, I think you know where he is.
Really, Daddy?
30 seconds.
Look at this guy's name.
Nice.
You're welcome,
Let's
baby.
get back out
You know
there.
what that guy's name was?
What?
That boy!
Yeah, well, that boy got it coming.
That boy got it coming.
Switching sides.
Telling you, bro, ain't nothing like marksman rifles and nothing.
Yeah, I know, man.
If your son wasn't standing right there, man, I'd have saved his.
No, I know, you're good. He was a good bait. I mean, he did his best.
Destroy. We've got the bomb.
What?
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
What?
There's one up here.
Friendly precision airstrike on the way.
Wow, what the hell? That latency, bro. That door was nowhere to open. And... I'm about to break this game and just call it quits, guys. Uninstall it. Clear up my hard drive space. I'm really tempted.
Are you serious?
I'm really tempted. Like, the deaths in this game are just so dumb.
30 seconds.
They make no sense.
Time's up. Get moving.
This is not Call of Duty, man. Like, I played Call of Duty since the beginning, and I know what Call of Duty is. Yeah, I understand it had its ish. I'm talking.
Wanna know how I died?
Ow.
Someone broke the glass.
Yeah, you're going to bed after this.
Why?
Because it's past your bedtime. I told you. I don't want to hear nothing in the morning. Give me a hard time in the morning. We're going to have problems.
That boy.
A tough prey, this one. Get ready to go back out. Search and destroy.
Oh my god. I'm gonna be one of those raging streamers here in a minute, guys. I'm gonna start freaking out.
We've got the bomb. UAV overhead.
Wow, they got UAV. Okay. Oh, that definitely helps. Wow, man, come on. I'm getting irritated. I really am. Hold on.
Just chill.
We hunt as a team or we die. Search and destroy. Take the bomb and destroy the... We took the bomb. Enemy personal radar in the air. Friendly sentry gun online.
Alright, guys, here we go. Let's do this. This mic is all up in my grill. Move. How do I get this thing, like, not to be all up in my face? There we go. That's much better.
Oh!
Whatever, man.
We're losing ground.
Dude, Thomas, I slid into the one guy and you slid in the other one. That was perfect. That guy was trying to shoot me, bro.
Switching sides. Search and destroy.
You know what I'm thinking too, though, Jay?
Got the objectives.
Thomas, have you ever filled out the an application for a moderator? I'm thinking, bro, you're extremely active, man. I need active mods to like help each other back and forth. And we just need the door open. Why not? Wow, there's one outside the window. Come on, turn around! My God, man! Like, no, I don't give two craps. Like, turn the damn camera. I don't care about that stun. It's so stupid. I'm gonna set a DPI setting to go like 20,000 just so I can like move my camera. I did.
Well, I know I was waiting.
That was a slaughter.
I was gonna come out of that
Collect
room.
the dead and report back to base.
Yeah, Thomas, because I've been looking at my like chatter, like my chat statistics, and I noticed like you've been here a lot, bro. Like you're here to be here, and I really appreciate that. Like I know I get people come in, they're very helpful for like a stream or two here or there, periodically throughout the month. I need somebody who's here to be here, and you're definitely one of them. You know, but I would never make somebody a mod that doesn't want it. You know what I'm saying? And you guys know I don't. And you can ask Jay. I don't ask for much, guys. I don't hound you for not being active. You do the best you can. But if I see you haven't been here for several weeks, you know, then obviously you don't. You know,
Daddy,
you
why
just
is
don't have
my
the time for
character
it.
changed?
Hold on. Let's back out real quick, bro. All right, give me 1 second. All right, little man, you gotta go to bed. All right, guys, give me just a moment, okay? I'm gonna be right back. Just a moment. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna have you re-invite me in a second. Hold on.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
Alright, I'm probably gonna need to re-invite guys or skits. Hold on. I'm almost ready, bro. Hold on. My bad, bro. All right, I'm pretty much ready. Hey, what's going on there, Flick? I think Thomas caught me, guys. I think he did.
Detonation is good. Cyber attack. EMP marked. Get moving.
Yo, I appreciate it. Yo, yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you so much for that. My bad, guys. I was just laughing. Hey guys, I gotta try to stay alive here for a second. Hold on. Yikes. Okay. Oh, my thumbstick came out. Why?
Hostile has the device. Protect the data center.
Alright, we gotta hold it down, guys. Hold it down. Let's go. Tricks, you eating? Yeah, I was. I ain't gonna lie. My hands are cold, guys.
Device is ours. Get it to the data center.
Only got one person left, guys.
I'm the EMP. Defend it.
Oh! Alright, I'm not used to the controller, guys. You're gonna have to bear with me. Playing on a mouse and keyboard all the time. Now I'm back to this. This is weird. My hands are cold.
We took that round. We will take another.
Yes, we will. Alright, let's try this again. My bad, Skids, bro. I'm not so good with the controller, man. I'm rusty. Alright. Let's hold it down here, guys. I feel like I'm all sluggish now, like I'm moving slow. 60 FPS feels weird after playing with 144. I definitely feel the difference.
Friendly care package on the way. Device secure.
Got him. Good job, good job. Isn't it right stick to mount? Oh. Oh, you had to aim and do it. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, no, it's definitely not far range anymore. No. Yeah. I want to get back into controller again, bro, because I just remember playing this game on controller a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I want that aim assist back, bro. I do miss it. There's only one of them left, bro.
round is ours. Good work.
I am a noob. Well, the biggest problem is that I have a capture card. 4K capture card. Now I can play the game at 4K 60 FPS. And I don't have to worry about... Well, actually, I can plug my mouse and keyboard to my Xbox. I didn't think about that. I can do that, too.
Get to the EMP. Friendly UAV online.
Oh, man. It's so weird playing on this big screen. Yeah, well, they got me right there. Let's get this Claymore ready. Bum, 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 bum. Gotta get that revive real quick. Oh, he sees me. Dang it! No! I kind of figured.
Enemy personal radar.
Oh, he barely even shot me though. Like, how do you get me with that? I don't have no idea. You like my comment about modding for you? Yeah, I did see that, Jay. I did see that, bro. Yeah, I was looking at my chat statistics, and Thomas is killing it with hours. Like, he's here, like, a lot.
Sorry about that.
No, not Cortana.
We lost the device. Hold the data center. They set the device. Damn it. We lost that round, but we're not dead yet. Get ready.
Yeah, Thomas coming in. He got 11,056 total messages, guys, coming in for the win. Let me get you guys the links so you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about.
Cyber attack.
Jay, you're right behind him. Trick Spot's right behind you, Jay. Bora, you're coming in next.
Device marked. Get moving.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, I leveled up. Hey, keep it up, guys. Keep it up. Keep it going. Yeah, I can't do this, guys. I think I'm going back to mouse and keyboard. This is so, like, Chinese to me right now.
Enemy precision airstrike. Enemy UAV overhead.
Wow. Okay. They knew I was in there.
Enemy personal radar.
Oh, he had the footstep thingy on me. Why is my hand cold? All right, all right, all right.
Good hunting. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides. Cyber attack. Take the EMP. Go.
Yeah, he cooked that grenade as long as he could. He really did, guys. He really, really did. All right, let's hold it down. Wow, we're all going in this building. Look at this.
Enemy care package inbound. Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, jeez.
Device secured.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Like, I remember playing Call of Duty before. This is so weird. Like, so weird.
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Nope, stay right here. Get that revive real quick, guys. Yeah, man. It's a 3v4 right now, guys. We just gotta stay alive, right? Can't see, my TV's too, like...
They have EMP! Defend the data center! Less than a minute. Hostile planted an EMP on our data center.
Let's get these guys up in here and let's get that defuse. Ooh-wee.
We've defused the EMP. Take down
How you do it? Rescue the whole team. Look, look, bro, the whole squad in there, bro.
Go for the throats.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Yo, has anybody watched the XO19? Did you guys see about what Xbox was talking about? What are your guys' thoughts? Kind of curious to see how that's gonna play out. I thought it was pretty good.
EMP. Go.
A lot of new things they talked about, new games, price point wise. That was pretty cool, man. Pretty cool.
Device secured.
Got a little bit before my Claymore gets back in here, guys. Oh, you didn't see it? Okay, what's up, Exus? What's going on, bro? Yeah, it's been a long time, man. I hope you've been alright. Hope everything's been going well for you. Camping it out, guy. Ain't no lie in my camping game. Game's about, right? Want to be called Search and Destroy if you couldn't search.
I'm the EMP. Defend it.
Got him.
Brutal victory.
How we do it? Congrats on your... Oh, well, thank you, Exis. I appreciate it, bro. It's going pretty good. Wait, what? Did I just hit top... Did I just hit top of the list on a controller? Oh my gosh! Shay, what? You can tell I'm using the controller. Yeah, you can really tell, guys. I don't have my sensitivity too high. I'm playing terrible. I'm like all patient now. That's what this game's about, really. Like I move too jittery on the PC, and then I'm more calm on the Xbox. Skits though, he's straight savage. He just like runs and knives and does weird things, like burns fast with his P90 and shoots his PP, you know. Oh, he does it, man. PP90. You're a controller PC player as well? Yeah. Well, I'm just terrible. Like, when I first started playing this game, I played it on PC, so I'm very, very well familiar and adjusted to the mouse and keyboard controls. Playing on a controller now, I just feel very sluggish, like, not as good, you know? I mean, yeah, I did well, but I'm not how I would normally play. I think I play more aggressive on the mouse. On the controller, I'm more passive. Uh-oh. Showtime. You stuck with the mouse and keyboard? Yeah. Well, I got a couple lucky kills, I'm not gonna lie, due to my aim assist. Hey, why not? But it's like when I play Call of Duty, I remember playing it on controller. You know, it's just, it's so weird playing it on mouse and keyboard because like it's not what I've always played it on. I used to be great with the controller. I'm just terrible now. I mean, look at Rainbow Six Siege. I can't aim for the life of me. My guns have they have like this recoil pattern. I just can't hang with it, man. I'm way out, you know? It's crazy. I'm glad to see you guys are here hanging out with us, guys. Zeus, man, it's good to have you here, bro. It's been a while, bro. I don't know if there's something wrong with your... Oh, you changed your name. That's why your channel's okay. Because I had a message saying Rick FX didn't work anymore because I was lurking, you know, I hang out on your channel all the time, even though you haven't been live. And I kept saying invalid channel. I'm like, wait, what? You had a name change. That's why. Okay. Now it makes sense. Now it makes perfect sense because I had your stream open, you know, like on the browser. You're thinking about getting back on console? I don't blame you, bro. I keep both. I always do both, you know? Alright, let's get you ready, bro. Let's do this, man.
Cyber attack. EMP marked. Get moving.
There we go. I got my aim down sight back now. I'm happy. Straight overkill, guys. How we do it.
I have EMP. Defend the data center.
Man, dude, how long do you have to stay behind the wall? Are you that scared, bro? Peek out, come on. You didn't say anything wrong? Oh, you because you used the decimal. So the bot thinks you typed the link, that's all. But I refuse to go back to controller. I don't blame you, boring. I don't blame you, bro. That's the thing. You have to stick to mouse and keyboard. Your big downfall is going back. Yeah, no, practice does make perfect. Still a little trash at your aim. It's okay. Yeah, look how nice the game is moving for you guys on the screen. Like, cause I'm using my capture card. But if I play it on my PC, man, the game lags, man.
Disarm the device. Protect the data center.
Okay. Actually gonna copy your name now and let me get your stream tab open because that way I could be in your channel now. That makes sense, dude. I'm sitting here thinking like, what? I don't know if I'm cold or what. Is it cold?
Shake it off. Focus up for the next round.
Gotta check it on. Did you guys hear about that streamer's keyboard being nasty and everybody's talking about it? I forgot his name. I don't really watch a lot of these really big streamers. How's the streamer life? It's all right. Around this time of the year though, it dies down a lot. It is what it is. But I'm not worried about it, you know. I don't look at numbers too much. I don't, you know, I'm here to hang out, you know, with my beautiful community here. Oh, I saw you looking at me, bro.
They have the MP. Defend the data center.
I'm not gonna go for the obvious. I'm not. Probably too many capital letters, right? It's on the move, yo. Careful, Skits. One with a shield.
Less than a minute.
Look at that, bro. Hip fire, aim assist. All you need to do.
I smell blood.
What?
Switching sides.
I don't know. Like I don't feel confident shooting on a controller, guys. I just. Oh. I feel weirded out about it. I don't know why.
Take the EMP. Go.
All right, let's try to hold it down here, guys. We got this. Come on. Nice and easy. Maybe. Right. Right. Well, is this a whole new account or is this like a or you just name change?
They have the MP. Defend the data center.
Where are you playing the bomb at? Where's our bomb? Oh, we're over here? Oh. They're probably gonna try to come through the cave. Dang it, how do you shoot through bricks? What? Wow, he went LMG and shotgun. He ain't playing.
We lost the device. Hold the data center.
Yeah, you gotta watch those, man. Those are good for single fire shooting weapons too. Alright, we got a 2v3 right now, guys. 2v3. Yeah. Did you also watch the XO19? XO19, it could be me. Look how fluent the game is running, guys. Like super fluent.
Less than a minute.
Like it's running so smooth.
Thirty seconds. Time's up. Get. We hunt as a team or we die. Cyber attack.
All right, let's go. We got the next round up here, guys. Sketch, you ready, bro? You ready for this, man? All right. Oh God, I'm just.
Get to the EMP.
I'm gonna reach my microphone out here so that way I can like play on the bigger screen here, guys. We got this though. Nice and easy. Just hold it down. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna get used to this.
Our enemy has the EMP.
That's not good. Where are they? They gotta be in the caves. Be careful. Wow, and I heard them too. What the heck was I doing? Can't run and gun like we used to. Nowhere near your bedtime. Getting close to mine. I don't know, guys. I just don't think I have it in me today. How am I on top of the team? Like, I don't see how I'm doing good. I don't feel like I'm doing good. Like, I feel like I'm doing way weaker. I haven't even been grabbing a bomb. Oh, get up. Oh, nice, nice. 1v3, man. What do you think, Sketch? You think he's gonna make it? He's in a good spot, though. He's in a really good spot. And they're on a timer. Oh, he ain't even. Uh-oh, one on his left. Gotta watch your right. Gotta watch your left. You ain't got headphones on, bro? He's behind you, bro.
A tough prey, this one. Get ready to go back out.
Get back into the shooting game world. Yeah, that's why I got this game. I mean, I figured, hey, you know, I did Siege for a little while. I wanted to give Call of Duty a chance. I felt like this could have been the best, like a really good game, and it had its potential. You miss owning people, I know, dude. And you used to go beast mode, especially even like on Fortnite. How do you feel about the bots they added? Any Fortnite players here?
Get to the EMP.
All right, guys, hold it down. Let's go. Let's go.
They have the EMP.
Get out, man. I hate that. It's so stupid. So C4s is the best thing to do now instead of throwing knives, because it looks like, it didn't do the same thing like the throwing knives did. And I'm still falling asleep at their fire. Yeah, I always say your body takes about an hour, hour and a half to go to sleep. I've never seen rounds go this long. You know what I'm saying? Like when you play Call of Duty, you're used to like people being on the move. Like rounds used to go quick. Now rounds be hitting the timers. You know, they took out a few things that I love. Like, you know, when you're in a lobby with the people, you want to stay in the same lobby the whole time until they back out. And then the footsteps, and these so-called safe spots in these maps they made. Other than that, they fix those, this would be a great game. You know, it's got good game modes. It's got great guns. Mechanics ain't bad.
Shake it off. Focus up
It's
for the
just
next round.
those important things that they shouldn't have done, but they did it anyway because they just didn't care. I guess. Trinite sucks. I mean, some people still like Fortnite. I'm not gonna hate on people for liking it. I don't care for it myself, but you know, it's a popular game. It's a trend. You know, it's what people play because it's popular. You know, I play what I want to play, but some people play games that are just famous. That's all. You know, like just like people get haircuts because a celebrity's doing it. People are playing Fortnite because streamers and YouTubers are doing it. That's all. Not that they, you know, some people just don't care for it at first. Yeah, in a long time, I feel you, bro. It's different, bro. It's one in this kid's careful.
Our enemy has the EMP.
He's in that building in front of us. He's probably in. Yep. Oh. Oh, that aim assist though. I'll take it. The channel points, yeah, it's something new that they're doing now. You accumulate points and then you get like there we go, that's how we do it.
Take another.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, right now we're 2 and 4 right now, guys. We gotta hold it down. Question: what are channel points? I haven't been on Twitch in a long time. You're okay. Channel points is something new that they done. So what you do is that as you chat in chat or you watch the stream, you get points,
Take the EMP.
and just click on it, and it'll show you what you can do with them. You just save them up, and you buy different things. You know, you get like little perks, like little items and redemptions you can use in the channel.
They have the EMP.
Not good.
Defend the data center.
Not good, man. Not good. Wow! I need a little revive. He's behind a barrel. Skits is like, nah, I'm gonna get you on that revive first, bro. I'm gonna duck right away.
You're good. Get moving.
Appreciate it, bro. Two of them left, bro. Let me guess. Got us both. No way. I was trying to be nice. Ah, okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, absolutely. Kind of. But sparks are just people, the streamer can convert those into cash or use them as gifts or gifts to send back. Mixer and Twitch is going at it right now. These guys are competing with each other. YouTube is coming in too, but after whatever the recent update, it's been, I don't know. The whole, what was it, the COPPA law now thing that they've agreed to. Game mode is probably one of the best they've added. Which one are you talking about, Flick? Are you talking about this one, Cyber Attack? I love Cyber Attack. I think it's awesome. I like that you can be revived. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's awesome. You have about 1 million sparks. Yeah, dude, you just sit in one of those like channel 1 channels, like the famous, popular, never end streams. Accumulate those points, bro. You'll level up too. Ouch. Will they disarm in time? Oh no.
It's over. Report back.
Yeah, I don't blame you, bro. Just save them up. Just save them up. Mixer is not really there yet. Give it about another year, and then you'll see some things. Yeah, I think I'm like level 108 or something, but I was that level for like, oh my gosh, who knows how long. You know what I'm saying? I was under more when it was Beam. When it was Beam, I was grinding that platform, but they removed like the VIP features. Like when you were that high of a level and that early on, like I was on there when they first opened, so we had this VIP package, but now, or pro package, whatever you call it, but now you have to pay for it, so it's just like, wow, that sucks. Nah, Ninja's not gonna really change anything. It'll draw in traffic, but it's not going to change like the way, you know, some things are. Give me 1 second, Skits. Let me back out for a second. Turn that off real quick. Oh yeah. All right. Give me 1 second, bro. Let me. Hey, what the heck? I didn't accept your thing. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Yeah, you remember the beam. Beam was awesome. Skits, I'm gonna be ready in just a moment, bro. Give me a second. Hold on. Gosh, hold on, guys. Oh. All right, there we go. There we have it. Oh, that's all up in my way. Right over here is actually pretty good. Let me just change this real quick, and then we'll be all set. Oh, no wonder my game is running the way it is. Yeah, they need map voting. Skits, are you still there, bro? Oh, your mic's muted, bro. I ain't hear nothing you've been saying. I know you've been hearing me though, because I know I said back down. You back down, no problem. Uh-oh, you might have to leave the call and come right back in. There you go. Now I hear you. Happened, man.
Yeah, babe. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, my bad, bro. I was talking to myself. I'm like, wait, what's going on? Skits is like all quiet and stuff. Like, what the heck?
You ready?
Yeah, we're good. I just had to configure a few settings here real quick. Well, I didn't do too bad on the controller. What do you think? I did okay?
Yeah, you didn't do.
But that was also cyber attack. I probably would have done pooey on TDM where it was like constant running around. Did you get Call of Duty Exodus or you just skipped out on it? I know a lot of people skipped this one. I haven't even played it. Oh, okay, okay. Hey, if you're ever down to play, bro, just let me know. Just let me know. We'll definitely get on. I don't mind it. It's different. It's new, but it's got its flaws. You know what I'm saying? It's got its annoying issues that everyone hates, but we still play it. All right, let's get this win here, Skits. Let's do this, bro. Let's go, go, go! All right, here we go, guys. It's showtime. All right, we gotta try to get this one, guys. I'm gonna go in the back building here. Oh, this game is running fabulous. Oh God, this refresh rate's so different, right? Holy crap. How's my game running? Hold on, guys. It's How's it running? Is it running pretty good for you guys? Or is it still like, is it laggy? Oh, you guys ain't even getting 60. You're getting like 50 FPS. But it's still pretty good though. It's decent. They're going for the warehouse. They're going warehouse. Careful. Oh! Two on the side. They're coming up to you. They're coming to you, bro. Dang it. They're by the white van. Downstairs. 3 of them. Oh.
I have no idea.
I'm not lagging as bad as I might think. Okay, because I noticed it ran better on Xbox. I'm trying to get it to run on here. Do it for you guys. Alright, but it's running pretty good, right? Let me do it this way. Let me actually just go into my own channel here. Let me go to my channel here real quick. Let me see what this looks like. Yeah, it's not bad. But I want it to run better. So let me see what I can turn down here. It's probably oh, I know what the problem is. Hold on. Turn it on. This will help it run a little better, I think. Wow. Wasn't paying attention, man. And he had dead silent on. Of course he did. And he just hips fires because that's just what you can do in this game. What's up, Outlaw? How are you, bro? You got MW. Oh, you can play sometimes. Sweet. It'd be nice to play with you sometimes. Make sure you add me. Nice. Nice one, Skids. Oh, he ain't playing. Behind you.
Friendly precision airstrike.
It's okay, bro. It's all good, bro. That airstrike was out of random, though. I'm like, wait, what?
I think he got shot in the ass.
Secure the EMP. Target their data center. Friendly UAV online.
The game runs about the same. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, so I get this problem where if I play games at a high refresh rate, because I'm looking at OBS right now and I was dropping frames like no tomorrow.
The last one, Tovarish. Finish the job.
Doesn't mirror this nigga
Right down the stairs. They all right down the stairs.
Trying to get that revive. I didn't want to be alone. No. So it's running better now, guys. Didn't even touch me. Touch me in the arm. Gonna need a little revive. Alright, they're gonna throw something over there. Usually they do. Holy crap, I can hear that TV. Whew.
Dumbass.
They're up top. Careful, Skids. Watch the stairs. They're upstairs. Did you get him? Alright, just us two, bro.
I got claymores on both doors upstairs.
Oh, okay. I got claymores at both doors downstairs, except for the one we're both looking at.
Hostile has the EMP. Defend the data center.
Careful, one's out there.
I asked her.
One's coming to the door, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That the boys TV's OP, right? Why do people camp with auto turrets? I have no idea. You're good, bro. Don't stress it. I'm trying not to. I just want to make sure you guys are getting that good experience. Like now, it looks like it's running good. What I had to do was
that knife with dead silence is no.
Bro, because you know what? It reminds me of Modern Warfare 2. Remember Commando, Marathon, and Dead Silent, bro? Or Ninja, whatever it was called. That's all you. That was all you needed, bro.
Switching sides. Cyber attack.
All right.
They panic when they see me running at them at 6.
Hell yeah. Right? Let's go, bro. I'm going try hard.
Secure the EMP. Target their data center. Hostile has the EMP. Defend the data center.
He's on the top. I'm scared to get him.
I tried to take one for the team, but I died.
Yeah, you're good, bro. You're good. I don't know if he's on top or bottom.
You got another one over there too. Yep, one more coming on the left. Wow, let that have been us. We did. That's my body right there.
Yeah, I gotta get revised though. I can't do this alone.
Yeah, and then my body's on the other side.
Gotcha.
Damn.
Oh,
another day.
It's all good, bro. We got a crappy team, bro.
I know. Well, we got a low team. We're missing 2 people. Look, I got a hit on him. Wow, bro. Black Ops 2 Dead Silent was the best. Yeah, but they removed it though, eh, Zeus? Like, they made Dead Silence a field ops now. Like, that's so trash. Screw the players being trash. Screw the perks, and I don't even like none of the perks in this game, to be honest, except for, well, Overkill. That's all you need now. Overkill, and the tracker is pretty useful, I guess. They're all just bogus. What's your favorite perk, Skits? Because I honestly, I don't think I have any. Wait, am I in your lobby? Because I don't think I am. Nope, I'm glitched. Dang it, really? All right, let me restart the game. All right, so I did a few extra things. I think my computer's lagging.
Go ahead. I backed out. I'm away.
Yeah, I'm launching back in now. Look at my hard drive, guys. I got 84 gigs on one drive and 20 on the other. Like, I'm coming in now. Yeah, Ghost, Scavenger, and Dead was all you needed. Yeah, I agree. I'll show you too, Skids, but I'm gonna show the stream. Okay, go ahead and give me that invite. Or wait, maybe I could just join you. Hold on. I'm coming in. Who else is on right now? I got 3 people on. Yeah, nobody else. Boom, boom, boom. Devil will probably be on. Wait, where is he? Let me see. Let me check Xbox. Hold on. I was actually supposed to play with him yesterday, bro, but I was too tired. Let me see if he's online. He's usually on around this time. No, he's not. Well, he's always signed in offline too, though.
The beaches.
You want to set time when you stream? Yeah, I typically do 4 hours. That's my 4 hours, 3 days a week.
Search and destroy.
Copy that.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Copy that.
Yeah, they said go B. All right, let's do it, bro. Let's do it.
You've been covering me like a motherfucker. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. But we haven't been going here, so maybe they think, hey, these motherfuckers know.
Now they know we're over here.
All right, I got a kill with RPG. Look at Skits going crazy. Skits, man, you be like, I swear you be taking adrenaline shots or something, cause you be on the run, bro. You be on the go. I'm like, geez, dude.
Literally.
Fuck me!
I don't see you settle down like you on the run.
You gotta kill the fucking thing.
God damn.
Actually, I'm gonna put a claymore downstairs.
Whatever.
I don't want them ganking on us. I got one at one door. Oh no, they're all, yeah, we're claymored up, bro. Jeez.
Less than a minute.
We're looking pretty good. It's just us 3. There's one of them. All right, I'm gonna take a jump. Watch my back. Never mind.
We won this round. Get ready for the next one.
We did it, guys. We did it. You need to be clear. You need to clear out games you don't play anymore. I do, boy. And I've been doing it. We knocked out Boogeyman. We knocked out Home Sweet Home. Yeah, Bebo is on. Okay, I see him.
Me and Josh's cars.
Asset locations confirmed. Defending them is critical.
Shut the fuck up, broadcaster.
Let's do this, bro.
Just like, come on, SA.
Yep.
Olale.
Hold on.
Am my game lagging or what? What the heck?
Wow, fucking way.
Jeez, bro, we got claymores everywhere. What the heck?
Damn, sounds like World War II over here. What's going on? Oh!
Wow. Of course, the search.
Oh, double kill, bitch!
No, but those games just don't take up that much space. They don't. They don't. I'm trying to think of what games that's really taking up space. I have Atlas that's taking up a lot of space.
Hey, when you eat corn, do you see it in your poop?
Fuck yeah. God damn.
Let me see real quick, actually.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So this one I got not really that big of games. It's mainly my Steam games, though. The Program X86. Team apps, common.
What the fuck is this guy doing? Yeah.
Bomb planted on Bravo.
Were you watching me when I died? No.
Hey, Ark is still here?
Okay. What did I say?
No, I removed Ark already.
With 9mm.
Atlas is here, though.
That's what I'm using right now. Dude, quick as fuck. Don't do it. Yeah.
You know what? PlanetSide 2 is one of them.
Oh, okay.
Let me open up Steam. Of course, Steam doesn't. Windows can't find my Steam. Why would it? It'd be too
You
easy,
got
right?
much time. What the fuck is he doing? I don't know, but he's not getting out of that.
Down, but not out. Get ready for
God
the next one.
damn. EP19. Is that even good? Huh?
Destroy.
What is it?
EP19.
Bison? Yes, it actually is pretty good.
Bevo's trying to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's yeah. I figured I'd get him online. I'm gonna get him in a second. Hold on.
Enemy UAV online.
Bitch. Get your own shit.
You wanna know something? The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Hey, Dylan knows all about that. Shut up!
All right, so I got Steam open up here.
This is the last round.
We're gonna remove PlanetSide 2.
No, there's one more.
Me too, because I'm tired as fuck. That, in all honesty, I really need to...
Less than a minute.
Star Trek Online. I thought I'd been removed that.
What the fuck is in the room with me? I fucking hate myself. Ow. Man, y'all really finna call this the last game?
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Time's almost up.
Damn it. Alright. Behind me!
Wow. They did reduce the range like a son of a gun. I hit them both times. Didn't matter. All right, so we have what other games?
That window game, let's see.
Star Trek Online is already uninstalled.
Friendly UAV on station.
Oh.
Atlas or Ark? Which one? Okay, Atlas I'm gonna keep. Ark I have uninstalled already.
Fuck.
Yeah.
The bomb has been defused.
Honestly,
That's how it's done.
I haven't even played Destiny 2, so I'm just uninstall it for now.
You watching this, bro?
Yeah. So with Destiny out of the way and PlanetSide 2, those are big games.
Switching sides.
That's some
Stand by.
Assassin's Creed shit right there.
Let me see how many. Look at that, 117 gigs now. Wow, that just jumped tremendously. Sweet. All right, let's do this, guys.
Secure the bomb and destroy those.
Let's get these wins.
Bomb secured. Move out.
I played that once. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, whoa, what the heck is going on up in here, man?
I was gonna say, there's no fucking way I missed that.
Friendly precision airstrike on the way.
I'm trying to take this mission. Hey. Dylan, you gonna help me lock this down? Yeah, go ahead with it. Well, goddamn no! Behind me. Fuck! Damn it! He shot me before I didn't even do anything back. I know, I got out of the bomb and he was behind me. Son of a bitch. He's an A, dude. So what happens if they defuse that little bit of bomb? I don't know. I guess they win. Oh,
That's a
don't
win.
matter.
Get ready for the next round.
Ooh, I like PlanetSide 2, but we just gave up on it. I know, I did like it. Just it took up too much space, man. It was a fun game. I would go back on there. I'll just when I go back on there, I'll just reinstall it. You know what I'm saying? But now it's just taking up too much spots. See, now
I killed 4 people ever.
now we're getting it in, guys. Let's go.
Target's ID.
I killed 3 of them in B. I said, man, get the fuck off.
Bum 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 bum. Oh, I'm lagging. What the? My whole computer's lagging, yo. That's crazy. Like, this is beyond my control here. Like, this is actually like.
Watch out, there's someone up there.
No, it's not.
Okay, I killed his ass.
Save the plant.
Take the plant. Go ahead with it.
Planting explosives. Set security. Let's. Bomb set. Start the clock.
One back here in the back room, back hall. Let's see if he comes in, guys.
Hey, find a place to chill.
He's shit ahead of us. Be careful.
God damn. I was just trying to push him out. Oh, fuck.
There we go. Woo. Yeah, there you go.
Dude, I swear I'm on crack right now.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro. I look at you and I swear you're always on the move.
Huh. Motherfucker.
Man, like you gave him a kiss, bro. Alright, let's go ahead and get Bebo up in here. You know how good he does.
Yeah, at least we're not picking up somebody who's
Nah. Alright, he should be coming in here in a moment. Did you invite?
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. I
feel like my whole computer's lagging, bro. I don't even think it's just a game. My whole PC is being derpity derp. Like, I need to start think I need to relaunch everything. Let me close this. Whatever I don't need. I'll close this for now. Maybe I got like a memory leak going on or something. I'm gonna redo this. I'm gonna redo Discord, but I'll be right back. Hold on. Let's get this all back up. Yeah, I know how you feel. I like PlanetSide too, but we just gave up on it. I think it was a great game. I think it was awesome, you know.
Well, hold on, because he's messaging me saying he's got 2 people with him.
Oh, okay.
So I asked him what game modes they're playing. If they're playing Cyber and Search, I told him we'll join.
Yeah, I'll go take a peek. Hold on.
Let's go.
All right, here you guys are. Ay. What the heck is going on here? Why is it being so weird? Why is it being so weird? I don't know. Oh wait, what happened to my trick spot? What the heck? Seriously?
Oh,
Racist?
I meant monkeys. Right.
All right, let's do this. I think they're in Xbox Party Chat, man. I wish I could do the Xbox mobile app. It works. It just doesn't work on. This doesn't work on my computer.
That name is soap.
Uh-oh.
Let's get it.
Let's go. Bum ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. Bum ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. It's running smooth sometimes. Just I get like a little hiccups here and there. I don't know why. My computer running hot? Oh, it's running at 59 degrees Celsius, so it's good on that part. What the heck is going on? Wait, our bomb is down here, right? Oh, this is Surge now. Wow, okay, sure. That's a weird viewing angle. Yeah, the riot shield's annoying. They give it a sub though. Sub hype makes me hungry every time you guys send those. Yeah, I shouldn't have been playing around with the riot shield, guys. Should have just kind of moved out. I kind of figured. It's all good. I was trying to hit his arm when he poked it out. That didn't really work out too well. It did not work out too well in that part, guys, but that's okay. Hold on.
Bro, this is the scope you need on your,
Use your weapon. You're
on,
not
buddy.
Yeah,
finished
he's pretty
yet.
good with that
You
shield.
okay, Skits?
I got to protect my KDR.
A KD player. Nah.
Search and destroy. We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical.
Let's be careful here.
No, I stood up. I was
1 minute remaining.
I'm freaking up. Oh, what the fuck?
There we go.
On to the next
You
round.
unfortunately ran straight into the middle of the map. Dude, I don't know the fucking map. This is the first time I played here. That's why I said unfortunately. I didn't know.
Good job.
Good job. Good
I was trying
job.
to flank him.
That dude with that shield is getting on my nerves, bro.
I know, bro.
When I use it, it don't do nothing.
We have assets in the field. Defending them is critical.
It's okay, man. Wow, how'd you get way over there and just sat?
1 minute remaining.
Oh, he's been there. Aha, he got lucky. Careful, there's two in the house in the beginning.
Missile launched.
Yeah, there's one upstairs in that house. Careful. He's up there still. Oh, he moved.
Cruise missile.
Nice.
Bro, he be
Life is our
dogging with
mission.
that.
So be it.
I was just kidding. Fuck you.
Ow.
Switching sides.
I can't believe I got all.
This thing, 1, 2, 3. Can you see me? I can see you, Jay. Thank you so much. And Thomas, thank you. Thomas, so is that something you would like to do, bro? Would you like to be a moderator here, bro, on our channel? You don't have to do it, and you know, don't be afraid to say no, man. You know, if you don't want to do it, you don't want the work. I respect that.
We have taken the bomb.
I don't want you to feel obligated. You know what I'm saying? You know we enjoy your company here. Ooh. I got one downstairs with a claymore. I think they're coming from behind us, that's why.
Yeah, sniper by the open field. Second floor.
1 minute remaining.
People watch going around that corner. The guy with a sniper is right in front of you.
30
There he
seconds.
is.
We are out of time. Move. We have the bomb. Get moving.
Oh no, and then he got in.
Maintain
Really?
pressure. Next round, we crush them.
Oh yeah.
It's the one that increases damage range.
Oh, man.
Ah, so much for all those kills.
Search and destroy.
Bro, I put that dead silent on. I ran up to where he was before I ran out. I know the minute my toes get heard, he would have turned around.
Targets identified. Capture the bomb and engage.
Let's do it, man. Good job, guys. Let's go.
Taking the bomb.
Bum, 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 dum, 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 dum. Dang it! Oh, just one of the trenches though.
We go to the middle of that field.
Oh. Yep. One by the wooden crates by the trenches. He's on your left, Bevel. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back, Zeus. Yeah, you need to get this game, bro. Join on with us. Absolutely. And Blick, did you get? Oh, did you get timed out still? Hold on.
1 minute remaining.
You should be good.
Friendly shield
Should be good, bro.
deployed.
Footsteps in this game is... Jeez. Tricks be camping. No, I don't, Thomas. Like that bad? Oh, no!
Fight. Get ready.
And he broke the toilet. Look at that.
Oh no.
There's too many places to go in this game.
That's what. I'm taking the dump.
Oh, scary, bro. Your body like stretched like Slender Man. I think they're in a party chat, bro. I don't think they can hear us.
Targets identified. Capture the bomb and engage. We have the bomb. Get moving.
We has the bomb. Wow, I knew it. I think I. Wow.
Enemy UAV overhead.
You got a sniper in the trenches. Day 13. His tricks be camping. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's a lot of work with no parks. Right. They both be camping, yes. You know what I noticed? How many mods do I even have? Let me take a peek. That's strategic, yes. Slash mod.
Ah, you got it.
Jay, what happened to your mod sword? What the heck?
30.
How come you weren't a moderator? What's wrong with my chat?
Raise your weapon. We're not finished yet.
He was in your ass.
Switching sides.
Literally just about to lose that round.
Search and destroy.
Yeah, I gotta check our stream chats and see who else we have that can qualify, guys. Oh gosh, what's wrong with my... See which one of you guys can get into. Get you guys up in here.
Sniper in the open field again.
We got a care package too.
1 minute remaining. Allied cruise missile launched.
Open field.
Oh! Careful, Skits. One on the side of the building next to you. Yep, he's up top. He saw you. Careful. That booty clap though, right? Dang, you still see what Jay be doing, bro? There you go, Jay. You got your mod status back. What happened, bro? I don't understand why it was gone. Right. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Does TrickSpot even have moderator? TrickSpot, are you a moderator? Yeah, you got moderator, so that's weird.
Crash. That so should have killed him, actually.
Search and destroy.
Right. Alright, guys, let's get back into the game. I think I'm gonna...
Critical assets identified. Keep them secure.
I'm gonna snipe this round. Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-bum. I know he saw me. Seriously? Wow.
1 minute remaining.
How many hit markers do I need, bro? Oh, it's not hitting him.
Seconds. We are out of time. Move.
No.
Uh-oh. There we go. How we do it?
I don't know.
I tried sniping that guy for way too long.
Oh man.
Search and destroy.
Me and that guy was really going back and forth sniping, guys. We couldn't even get each other, for real, for real.
Critical assets identified. Keep them secure. Enemy UAV overhead.
Be careful here. They're going for A.
I got one sniping at me.
Alright.
One minute remaining. Active bomb on Alpha. Move it.
Shoot, shoot, shoot. No! Watch it, he's around the corner. He's behind the crate. There's too much camping in this game.
We're not done yet. Make it happen.
Kapow!
Yeah, I cannot.
What are you playing and what console? I'm playing Call of Duty on PC. Oh, we're doing crossplay though, so. Oh man, headshot.
Switching
Oh.
sides.
Whew.
Search and destroy.
Let's do it again. I got a care package to call. I hate that we gotta wait all this, man. Like, you're gonna make me wait 10 seconds. This is another thing I hate about this game. Like, why is this car so damn purple?
Understood. That's 2 on the route to drop off. Have a personal radar drone ready for escort.
Man, no.
Copy. Falcon 301 route. Personal radar coverage.
What's up, Lee? What happened? Ah, shit, man.
Have the bomb. Attack the weapon caches.
And to jump in with you.
Yeah, I seen, bro. Usually when I invite you, like, I don't know if it goes through or not.
But the Liberty and I'm gonna take somebody else's slot.
Nah, you're good.
This is Falcon 3-0. Personal radar. Enemy UAV overhead. Planting bomb on target. Keep eyes open. Bomb planted. Set the perimeter.
No! That got me too. But we won.
That is the way.
But we won.
I love those RPGs. No, you guys don't. Tricks 2007. Are you fucking 12 years old?
Oh man.
Fucking little dude, am I going 21 and 5 and search?
Search and destroy.
TDM numbers, bro.
Right.
Retrieving.
Oh, they're the cuties.
is. How you doing?
Yeah.
We have taken the bomb.
All right, let's get it. Let's get this sniper ready.
Airstrike, get down.
Oh my god.
Oh! One over behind the cabin in the trenches. He got me. I wasn't even nowhere near looking at him. That's one thing I'll never miss. The smack talkers. Yeah, they're annoying. You got two out in the trenches, Bebo.
Alright. Skits ever get his mic?
Nah, not yet, man.
Yeah, I see him there now. I got one coming Goodbye. He's
right.
No.
How else can I get my game to run a little better? Let's see.
That's hilarious. Yeah, they're still in there. Both of those guys are.
Bum 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 bum.
30 seconds. We are out of time.
Best 30 seconds of my life. Oh.
Pushing B, everybody. Pushing B.
Oh,
Never mind, he shot me.
I'm getting tired. How long have I been on? 4 hours? Oh my god, we just went overtime.
We have taken the bomb.
Oh dear jeez. We gotta figure this one out.
Now we gotta get to the bomb.
Planting the bomb. Secure the area.
A fucking clutch kill. Good job, bro.
Bomb planted. Set the perimeter.
Ooh. Oh man, well, we tried.
Our bomb is defused. Target intact. Find your courage. Victory will come.
I mean, look at the numbers I put up. That's a lot of good kills on you bums.
Right. You're gonna make them cry, man. What the heck? I don't know if I'm back or not. There we go.
Yeah, I can't now.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I wasn't talking.
Who are we missing? Kills?
That's probably why.
Oh, no, I think we're full. There was 3 of you guys when I joined.
We had 6.
Oh, wasn't that like one of your buddies? You said
I know.
the one that joined late. You said didn't know if he accepted an invite, if you were full or not.
Yeah, Sling Blade.
Yeah.
I invited him back. Fucking Kyle, bro. Cost us the game, dog. I couldn't hear you.
He said I ain't
I
dying.
wasn't talking, that's why. What was there to say? I'm dead again. Oh, yep. 0 kills.
You could have
shot me.
Go, Ruben. You can do this. You got this, my friend. I would have just went like full-blown ham.
Why Ruben, though? Like, scary for the clutch tricks.
It's okay.
Clifford.
Oh, okay. I see. Alright.
Sling Blade for the win.
That's cool. That's so cool.
Didn't they tell you what assuming does?
Bruh, he sounds like that one dude with that crooked ass eye. No. This guy. And he's all curled up and shit.
Ooh, ooh.
I'm gonna look it up right now, bro.
Did I delete it? Did you delete it? Uh-oh. Boy, did you delete it? I don't blame you guys. I don't blame you guys. I told you. There's like 3 or 5 things they need to do in this game to make it like legitimate. Like, without that being done, the big bulldog face.
Carl Thornton.
Thornton's good for you, bro. It's not good to hold your farts. That's what Elsa told me. She told me just let it go. Let it go. How do you guys like Disney Plus? Has anybody tried Disney Plus yet? That's a good drink. Nope. Okay. Okay. Right.
Thank you. Somebody stuck up for me. Fuck.
Yeah. I like sticking up all the time.
I don't fuck with Kyle anymore, bro.
Why am I going with this gun?
Kyle's always like jumping around corners at me and shit. So look. Exactly what I said. Let me follow this guy. Good shit.
What else am I gonna do? Get shot?
Follow a goat. The rest.
Alright, they might be going for A, so be careful.
No, they better be careful. We got sling blade, remember, bro.
We'll just blend into the scenery.
Ooh, there's a sniper running up on me, bro. Whoever's there.
Less than a minute.
Got the one at A. A looks clear. Yeah, I think so.
Pussy.
A's looking good. What about you guys?
Time's up. Move your asses.
I'm not even by B, to be honest with you, dude. I have no clue.
I can run out there and let you know.
Push A, dude. Everybody's by A, just push A.
Got another one at A.
One round gone.
No.
Search and destroy.
I tried, guys. Sorry. I let everybody down. It's not my fault, man.
Fucking go here, bro. Come on.
I know, man.
Why do they have 4 people though?
I don't know.
Because they're like, oh, damn. We need an extra guy to kill these goats on the other team, so let's pick them up.
The matchmaking process for this is done.
Yeah, well, what they need to do is bring back the old matchmake system. Don't change lobbies each round. Let us keep trashing on people, you know? Like, that was the best thing about Call of Duty. Get in the lobby, talk trash, play the next round, say, we'll get you this time. Now, you gotta play another lobby with new people each time.
I don't know, I feel like they're by B more than A, to be honest with you guys.
Got you there, buddy. Yeah.
Whoever's by A.
Yep, you're all going to B.
Arriving on station.
He's gonna say
Plant
that.
in the
I'm
bomb.
playing
Secure
straight.
the area.
I'm playing at A, guys.
Bomb planted. Start the
Gotcha.
clock.
Got this, my friend. Just in case I think they're slick. Oh, I got some scopes on me. Where's this coming from? Oh, in our spawn, Sniping. Can't even throw a grenade, pussy. Oh, he's running up to the bomb right now.
Ooh wee! Me when I let one rip right. Me no. This is gonna die like last year. Uh oh. Poor last year, man. You know, I say this game probably got another couple months. It might survive, might live, cause it's COD, but sometimes you gotta start on the bottom and then you're here.
I mean, honestly, that's me in general.
Well, you gotta be versatile, you know. One day you're in the bottom, one day you're on top.
You're actually not even at the bottom of the list. You're like second to last. Pretty close. You don't have to like get the kill.
Watch the left trench.
The problem is I can't see them. They see me.
Yeah, there's one in the trench to the left. Careful.
I got a thermal dude, I'll see him. Who has the bomb?
Oh!
Yo, he's pretty good though. You guys are at B, aren't you? Alright, I'm going to B. Nice.
On to the next round.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
Woo!
Search and
I know that we can do it. Did we really do it? I don't really know. Did we really do it? I don't really know. Alright, let's go. Let's go, bananas and pajamas. We got this. Banana in pajama, I'm coming down the stairs. I'm going to be something. There's no one in this left lane. They're scared to come over here.
Down in the tunnel. The grass somewhere.
We need to get over. We need to get over here. Get the SMG ready, guys.
enemy bomb at Bravo. Get over it.
Yo, whoever's on there by bomb, defuse.
Sentry gun on station.
Get your thing. Behind you, Skids. Yeah, right there by the truck.
Fuse pulled. Good job, team. They're hurting. Let's send them
How
home.
we do it? Had to make sure.
Destroy.
All right, here we go, guys. Let's go. Yo, one of the maps I'm hating, and I'm actually doing good. Unbelievable.
Assets identified. We need
Let's hold down this left lane here, guys.
I feel like A is gonna be their go-to for right now. Yo, they opened that front door and shot their claymore whipper. Set that down.
enemy bomb at Alpha. Get over them.
Shoot. Let me grab this real quick.
UAV on standby.
He shot him.
Just to help you guys out.
This is Jaguar 3.
Oh no!
Hey, you're outnumbered, bro. They're in every corner over there.
Yeah, I jinxed myself. It's all good though. I got a sentry gun for the next round. 3-2. We're still in the lead. Let's go.
Yeah, they're gonna.
I hate that we gotta wait 12 seconds to throw a care package. That's so dumb.
We need to keep them intact.
Yeah, no. It gives them more of a chance to grab it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. They made the way they did this game is like, what the heck are they thinking?
Pilots.
I got one up here with me.
All right. Looks like they're trying to go for B.
Get to Alpha. Enemy bombs launched. Friendly UAV overhead.
Yeah, got this.
Shoot. Wow.
You're all we've got. Keep moving.
Right there.
Put it behind you. We've got work to do.
Oh no! No!
Switching sides.
It's okay. Hold it down, guys. We gotta hold it down and hold it with two hands. Let's go. Okay, let's get it, guys. Let's get it.
Alright, where we going?
Oh, did I really grab a bomb? I didn't want to grab a bomb. Did I really grab a bomb? I didn't grab a bomb. Did I really grab a bomb? I didn't want to grab a bomb. Oh, no. I never knew that. I never know. Why did I even have to grab a bomb? I'm gonna be freaking out now. Wow, oh, top. He snuck up on us. I don't know what. As much as people complain about campers, I can see this game. Right. You know what though? Games are always gonna have complaints. You're never gonna satisfy everybody. Just like Counter-Strike, just like Fortnite, and people still played it. It's gonna satisfy certain people. It's doesn't matter, but I mean, I don't know. I just like that there's crossplay. Honestly, if it wasn't for the crossplay, I wouldn't have gotten this game.
We jumping up.
Yeah, it is. And the company even admitted it too. It's encouraged camping, guys. Like they wanted it to be more of a slower paced game. They didn't want it to be all like fast paced like it was.
Time's up. Move your asses. Friendly UAV. Reset the tempo. Keep it up in the next round.
I gotcha.
Oh snap!
Damn.
Yeah, I know. Definitely, bro.
How do you like the AK, bro?
Retrieve the bomb and hit those targets.
What are you trying to turn it to the RPK? Big ass emoji.
Wow, man. Where's the recoil? Okay, they're running out. They're going to the middle. No.
Less than a minute.
First Black Ops was good. They need to do a remaster Black Ops 2. Black Ops 2 and 1 were great. Maybe a new map or two, and then everyone will fall in love with these type of games. I know. Well, it's funny because like the when Call of Duty Mobile even came out, people were playing it just because it had the classic maps. People loved the maps. You know, they had like this bond or emotionally attachment to it. You know, these maps now.
Take a break. We're going back in.
I don't know. These maps now are they're just maps. There's nothing unique about them.
You're trash, bitch. You couldn't kill me.
Search and destroy.
I think how they call you trash when they all ran through the same door.
I literally closed the door in front of them. They opened it. They don't even know where I'm at. Like, they don't communicate at all. Like, I killed 3 of them, bro. Like, come on. The first person should have been like, yo, bro, he's in the corner in the room. The second dude got killed. He should have been like, yo, bro, he's still there, you know? Nah, that's not how it works, I guess.
Wow, really? By the tanks. Shotgun? No, of course. Thirsty, dude. One by the tank. And that thermal, though. What the heck? One's going upstairs. Careful.
Less than a minute.
He's on the balcony.
Fuck, you scared me, bro.
Seen that, bro. Careful, he's upstairs coming down. Watch the steps. There he is, he's at the bottom. Oh, he got him back at the balcony. Shoot.
30 seconds. Time.
What I loved about Black Ops though is the fact that you can turn down the announcer. I don't like that the announcer's so loud in Modern Warfare. It's like, yeah, check the enemy radar. I don't like hearing all that. Paper? What is that? Oh, thank you. Like, I appreciate it. I'm like, wait, what paper? Playing rock, paper, scissors? I was like, wait, what? We're playing a game? Rock, paper, scissors, scissors, paper, rock. Wow, okay.
Making us fight for it. Keep at 'em.
Well then, make us fight for it. Let's go.
Switching Search and destroy.
Not really feeling this weapon. The SCAR in this game, forget it. It's not bad. It's good for long range. The SCAR is good for long range and damage. It doesn't have the fire rate. It doesn't have the close mid range really stability wise.
They're coming around right side towards you. Bringing.
Get to Alpha. Enemy bomb planted. It's down to you. Get it done.
Just let him take it, bro.
Learn from the loss. Come back home.
The recoil is so bad. Well, the Scar's not bad. Like I said, it's good for long range damage. It's good for like. It's not good for like confrontation. Like if you encounter an enemy in front of you and you got the Scar, they're probably gonna get you quicker than you would them. But I mean, if you get the head advantage, then you'll be fine. All right, we got some upgrades here, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let me try to join back in real quick. There we go. There we go. Boom, boom, boom.
What a dick. So now there's communication.
Who, what?
So there's communication now?
Oh, there is?
Yeah, bitch, with you. The fuck? What the fuck happened?
No, I thought I got stuck, but then I can't find out I was fine, so I just rejoined. Oh my god. I can't stop yelling, guys. It's almost bedtime. It's already 1:40 in the morning, and we're going 4.5 hours. We went a half-hour overtime today. Wow. We'll probably do like 5 or something. We'll see. I'm telling you, those were my favorite ones by a long shot. Which ones? Yeah, Black Ops 2. Honestly, I liked it, Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 1. Those two, I don't care what anybody say, best ones ever of all time. Black Ops 2 and Modern Warfare 3 was still pretty good. But after that, I'm sorry. The whole exoskeletons and loot crates and this gambling scam that they were doing, I'm not feeling it. Like, I fell out. I'm like, nah, I'm good. World War II looked at okay. I did like the beta. I just didn't want to buy it. I don't know. Just wasn't really feeling it. Like, I got this one. This one's not bad. I don't know. There's nothing I could say to make it better. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we just got to kind of take what they gave us and just accept it. You know, these companies get away with so much stuff, man. You know, but we can't keep feeding these companies. Like, you know, we're your customers. We buy your product. Give us what we want. Don't give us what we hate. Like, I just don't understand. Like, what are their plans? Just to draw new players? Say, hey, we want more new players.
Hey, Ramon.
You guys ready? Let's go.
Alrighty.
Wait, we got Aquaman in here? Oh man, you work out a lot, bro. I heard he's not gonna make a part 2 now because I heard the workout routine was too much. He's Hawaiian, so you know they're kind of chubby down there.
They're like fat and muscular at the same time.
Right. They got the body mass. Yeah.
They're thick with 2 C's.
Yeah, like PHAT fat, THICK thick.
Or COCK cock.
Whoa, Bebo, you worry me, bro.
So that's the one. Come on, bro. Come on. Don't do me like this.
Oh man, I'm starting to wonder for you, man. Might have to get you some help.
I may have to second that.
See, look at that, bro. We're all casting a vote here. You got this, Skits. All good, bro.
Fuck everybody who voted. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, I never voted for presidents because I don't believe in it, but I mean.
Kyle. Specifically Kyle.
What about Kyle?
Yeah, fuck Kyle. That's what the fuck I said. Yeah, fuck Kyle.
Kyle's got a problem.
Yeah, well, Kyle can have tons of problems with me right now. You wanna throw it out?
Wait, we don't have any cyber attack? This is all search, or what are we playing?
Check the assets. Watch your backs.
It's a mixture, bro.
Oh, because I've only seen search. Bum 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 bum. Ooh-wee. All right, so the side there is gonna be clear. Wow. All right, one on the side left there and behind a barricade.
Less than a minute.
I think one's trying to come downstairs. Negative.
Enemy bomb at Alpha.
Wow. Wow. I knew he was there too and I called it.
Might as well just kill myself now. I don't even know what this map.
Oh. They just got lucky.
I have no idea where I am.
Oh, you're okay. You're not gonna be able to make it.
No.
Hunt as a team, or we die.
That's unfortunate.
Sometimes you're fortunate, sometimes you're unfortunate. That's why they call it unfortunately.
Search and destroy.
Search and destroy, or destroy and search. So hopefully you understood that when 50 Shades. All right, let's go. Let's get it, guys.
Kyle.
Defend the objective.
I'm gonna go watch A because nobody's watching A.
Calm the fuck down, Kyle.
Yo, man, what happened to the team, bro? They dipped.
This is a game crash, he said. Sling Blade? I don't know. Maybe I'm too good. He's, you know, not good enough on my level to play with him, I guess. I don't know.
understand how he hit me behind the wall. How can you die by getting shot in the shoulder?
Enemy bomb at Bravo. Get over there.
Well,
Finish the mission. You're the only one left. Get ready. We're going back
How you
in.
do it? Fortunately, we didn't win though, guys. Sorry, guys.
Nah, we all gotta pick it up.
Yeah, we gotta do like the slam jam, bro. Gotta get up. It's time to slam now. Gotta take it into overtime.
I don't know about all that. I mean,
Ah! I don't know, guys. I don't know what we're going to do here. We need to figure out, see what's happening, see what's going on. How's B, guys? B's okay?
Less than a minute.
I hate that dead silent wears out so fast. Yeah, they might be coming for A, guys.
30 seconds. Time's up. Get moving. Enemy bomb at Bravo. Get over there. Care package on the way. They're making us fight for the win.
Come on, man. Was
Right in the booty.
Switching sides.
apparently that's what people like to do in this game.
Search and destroy.
All right. That's it. Let's go. That's it.
Take the bomb and
You can do a lot, bro. You're just camping here.
Hell yeah, man.
Enemy counter UAV online.
You want to scramble my radar?
The heck is this?
UAV scrambler. We got this, don't worry. Wow, one up top. Top of A. Oh my god. So lucky, man. I swear, like... Like, what is this, bro? We've been like 2-man short this entire game. Like, what's with the matchmaking? Wow.
So be it.
This game always wants to put you at a disadvantage.
His name's Colonel Nut.
Grab the ball.
You know what I'm gonna do, guys? Let's switch it up here a little bit. It's showtime.
Going to B.
you do it. Wow. No. He's in a wide open. I hate these maps. I hate all of them. Every single one of them. The recoil is so bad. Yeah, the scar in this game. Yeah. We'll be alright, guys. We'll be okay. On your right, bro. Careful.
You're fired! Yeah.
30 seconds. Time's up. Get moving.
Yep, just watch the bomb.
Forget that round. On to the next.
I gotta wait 12 seconds to throw my care package down. How dumb is that? How dire are you?
Search and destroy.
Searching what?
Oh, they got something that's gonna fuck us up in like
Well,
12
guys.
seconds, so
Yeah, I gotta wait 12 seconds too.
Bomb is ours. Destroy the weapon caches.
4, 3, 2, 1. So stupid.
Understood, Tiger 2 on en route for drop-off.
Hopefully something good, guys.
Wilson ready to roll out.
pacing after you.
Zero, handing Wilson control 0.
One behind you.
You're the only one left.
You even know where the fuck you were the whole time.
Hey, bro, I'm dumb.
Hey, no problem, bro, no problem.
Report back to base.
Bunch of tryhards tonight.
Completed. Striking Wilson.
Look at you guys. 3 of our VIPs got 100 extra retro coins, guys. Kill cam was so bad I couldn't even show it.
What did we lose?
Skid said he had to go.
I feel like there's less and less people every time we come back.
Right. Thomas, you are farting in my chat. Oh man, I'm getting tired. Getting exhausted, guys.
Oh my god, it's already.
Oh man, I don't know, bro. I remember I used to play Call of Duty 24 hours a day, drink Mountain Dew, eat Doritos, get codes, double XPs. Now, oh yeah, I still got water. I forgot I had water.
You're still booty. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, I just do a couple hours and I'm just like, ugh. I get tired too fast. I get too lazy.
I got tired after dropping 25 kills in the search and destroy game.
Right. That's more, bro. Anything more than 10 kills is good because I mean, you know, 5 times 2 is 2 kills per match around. That's good. It's just
So that means
these maps are not really
every
like, yeah, most of these maps are not really one life maps. Like these are all just I don't know, man. Okay, okay. Hey guys, let's see what happens here. I'm gonna check on something while we're loading in, guys. Give me one moment here. Oh.
This map is like super garb. You can actually get revived in this one, Kelly.
Cyber attack.
Kyle.
Take the EMP to the data center and shut it down.
You can get revived in this one.
Hostile has the device. Protect the data center.
Oh gosh, the round started, guys? You didn't tell me? What? No, I tried. Look at Zeus. Alright, let's see what's up here, guys. Gotta get this bad boy open. How am I gonna open this? We're already dead. Hold on.
They are bleeding.
It's bad boy
Open the
open.
throats.
Fall. Nope. What happened to my volume? Uh oh, my headphones just disconnected here, guys. Holy mackerel.
Why you always picking on me, man? Someone else.
Well, let's go. Let's do this.
Go.
What the heck? Yo, my computer's being weird, guys. I might have to reset my PC. Who? What? You're hooked on phonics?
Enemy has taken the EMP.
Got you there, buddy. Holy crap, this gun is crazy. This gun is like, gets really nice, it's got like a really nice feel to it, like a nice good vibe, you know?
We have the EMP.
I got him,
Enemy
Mama.
data center.
Oh, I forgot that I have flashes, I guess not.
We have the EMP.
Let's get that revive. Oh, the Popo command. You guys did it. I was wondering. I was like, wait, what?
What?
Alright, come on, guys. Hold it down. Nice and easy. Come on, Bernie, get those butt cheeks up. We got this. Come on. Come on, Bernie, let me hear a hoorah. There you go. Yeah, one straight across, guys. One straight across. Let's be ready for this one.
Less than a minute.
Wow, seriously?
Still in the back.
Jeez. You're eating some sriracha ramen. Look at you, Egg Zeus. Wow. Are you gonna get back into streaming, Zeus?
Gonna die.
That's a map. There's an edge to the map.
Switching sides.
Oh yeah, it's the edge of glory.
Cyber attack.
Damn, so confusing.
I'm on the edge of glory.
Go away.
Actually, I'm gonna go this way, take the bridge, slide across. There's people like the... Yeah, over there, ganking up on people.
Our enemy has the EMP.
Ah, dang it, I knew it. Always, always, always I fell right for the trap. I knew he was up there. He got me, on his screen, he got to see me before I got to see him, so...
Damn.
Not much I can do there. Oh no, we're down to 2 players left, guys. Not too good. Not too good. Ooh, that was a bad slide on the rifle guy there, guys. Oh man.
Get ready. We're going back in.
There's a lot of cool indie games coming out. I was watching a lot of them, like, you know, since Konami mentioned to the community, like, hey, we're not releasing any more Silent Hill games. The modders, the people, the gamers, we're making our own, guys. Screw Konami. Make our own games. How we do it.
This would be so scared if his phone started ringing right now.
All right, so let's see what else. Let's see what else we got here.
You whacking off to the music.
There's nothing wrong with that, bro. I know it's a little wacky, man, but it's okay.
Hostile has the device. Protect the data center.
Try not to move too much. I know as soon as he starts moving, I get movement, guys. I'm shooting. Wow. Oh gosh, I'm done. Now both of y'all. How you do it?
Device in play. Protect our carrier.
Wow, he got me first. Really? Come on, me. Well, we won though.
We took that round. We will take another.
We did win though, guys. We see it these update, absolutely, guys. Make sure you guys check it out.
Switching sides.
Yo, XO19, did anybody watch it?
Huh?
Did you guys watch the XO19 with Microsoft and everything, talking about what their plans for Xbox and for Scarlet and the future of the games and stuff? Seemed pretty interesting, man.
I don't even have time to watch that.
Yeah, well, they're gonna be on par with PlayStation now. Oh yeah, I don't blame you. I like Japan better. They make better content.
Hold the data.
You're gonna what with PlayStation?
I got killed. They're gonna be on par with pricing wise. They're not gonna be like $200 more than PlayStation this time. They said this time they're not making the same mistakes. They're gonna make sure their console's powerful. Blah 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 blah. And they're gonna have more games. Game Pass is gonna be a thing. Game streaming, all that good stuff. So it seemed pretty interesting, guys. So hopefully you guys in chat. Hopefully it's the same for you guys as well. You know.
Has the device. Protect the data center.
I wonder how fun it is to camp.
Not hard. It's all about sound effects.
Like pew pew pew.
Every while it seems okay. I'm just curious to see what else they have to offer for it. I know it's kind of early to really predict like what it really is. I mean, it's a new project of theirs, so but I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. And it's nice to see that Rare is making other games, guys. So that shows you that the company is definitely here to be here now. They didn't just make one game and just quit. You know, now they're making more making more games for the audience, which is good. Yeah, Rare's okay. I like Rare. Oh, watch your left.
Enemy defused our EMP. Get it back.
He already ran back out. He's to your right. Yep, he ran down that way. It's all about hearing them toes, bro.
Less than a minute.
Yeah. So what about you guys? What's everyone's like favorite game and hype that they're waiting on? Like, what are you guys wanting to? Aw, Bernie coming in with the return favor. Thank you. Let's get some of that adrenaline rush in me, guys. Careful, shield on top.
Go for the defuse.
Oh man.
We're losing ground. Take it back.
Diablo 4, that'd be interesting. That's the soon your one you're waiting on.
Cyber attack.
Yeah.
We gotta fuck him up.
That's very true.
EMP. Go.
So we got more TFD's content. We have what you call it? The wow, I thought about the same person again because I looked out the same window like a dummy. That's annoying.
Good shit.
Yeah.
Here's ammo on the ground.
Just sitting there too. Karen, yeah. You know, Diablo 4? I never really played Diablo that much, so I don't know. I can't really speak much for it, you know? Diablo seems like an interesting game.
Another one coming too.
I would say like because Diablo was like that overhead view game, right? Like I don't know much about Diablo 4, guys. Maybe you guys can tell me about it. Like I don't know. Like what do you guys like about it? Or maybe not Diablo 4, but like in Diablo in general.
They're all by us. See the two revives, bro. That's where they're at. Over there.
Right, I'm gonna try to cave Bernie.
I don't even know what I want to try because I know I can't aim for shit.
Oh yes you can. You just gotta have faith in yourself. I got a claymore kill for you. Careful, they're coming for you. Wow. Just wow. I got hit markers.
You had him spot on too.
I know, bro. I got a hit marker on him, and his gun just outbeated mine. So whatever. Watch, you got a riot shield coming for you, Bernie. In front door. Or not. Wow. Jeez. Bernie, you are reviving me like crazy. No! What a douchebag. Oh, go lick some like funky donkey toenails or something. Wow, you gotta shoot us in the back because you can't face us face to face. Little backstabber.
I don't get how he's nasty with a knife when you guys are like literally stuck into each other, so that makes zero sense. It took no skill at all.
Standing.
No.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That took no skill at all, so how was it like nasty? You wouldn't see nasty with a knife, bro. Catch me. Stab the fuck out of your dumbass. 20 plus times, don't matter shit.
Whatever, man. What the hell was up with the recoil? Wow. I got to do this before. I think that scope is just not.
Nasty with knives. That's why I killed this dumbass.
Oh gosh.
Whoever's closest to my body, bro. Yeah, right there. Check that guy right there, right there, right there. There's two. Oh, my team comes for my revive. You need me. You need me. Go for the revives. Nice. This is why I love you. This is why I love you.
One in the house, second floor. GTA 6 would be nice if they ever did another one. They are. They're definitely going to be doing another Grand Theft Auto, guys. You already know. Rockstar made so much money. Good night, boy. Get some rest. Get some rest, boy. Yeah, I would say GTA 6. You already know, guys. Like, you guys think GTA 6 is coming out? I mean, I know I read blogs about it. What do you guys think?
Device marked. Get
For me, it's easy to draw one here on the bottom.
But yeah, they're gonna make it, guys. Trust me.
The only way you can go is up. You can't go down any further.
You know, that game made so much money.
I didn't even know this was here. What the heck?
We all can't be lacking right here in this little tunnel. We're gonna get fucked.
There's one up top.
How do you get out?
Oh, look.
Wow, I wasn't even paying attention.
We have the EMP.
Wow. Trying to rechat. 5 years out for like 40 years old? Wait, what? It won't be for a few years, yeah. They take a long time to make. You know, they're pretty big open worlds and they're pretty detailed for being like the type of game it is. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. You know, we'll definitely have to wait and see. I've been hearing mad issues about Red Dead Redemption 2 online though for PC. So I'm gonna hold off because if it's that glitchy, buggy, I'm good. I already got one game right now that we're playing and I'm having mad problems with it. So hopefully...
Friendly shield turret deployed.
It would have been out 2018, but it didn't happen? Yeah, I don't believe it. Because what? GTA 5 was 360, right? And PS3, and then it came out for next gen? That's crazy. There he is.
I smell blood.
Yikes. We got this though, guys.
Thought you were gonna turn up.
2020, 2021. That's not too bad. You gotta understand, guys, like they're not gonna come out with one this year because what's the point? Next gen's coming, okay? So, but if they're working on it now, hopefully they're focusing it on for next gen, not doing the same thing. GTA 5, they did such a smart tactic. Make it for 360, PS3, then make a better definitive edition version. So they came up twice on cash and revenue, you know. And then GTA has such a gambling system, like they kept like advertising people to spend money in game, which is crazy.
Is that why you always like chase me? Oh, you're like, this nigga barely dies. He gets all the kills.
No, not at all.
Are you fucking? That's all I heard on the other team.
How you do it?
Wait. What is this? He's in the back of their spawn, bro, on the building. Where they always camp. Going for him. Good shit. That's okay, Mark.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, guys. That is how we do it.
Fucking boners.
He's
Let's
like
turn up.
commentary by EXT version. Malaya.
Thank you guys, thank you. I know, we'll have to get on a game sometime, Eridar, don't worry. I was supposed to have been off an hour ago. Okay, so little man got school at 8 in the morning, so we gotta think 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, we're kinda close. Do a couple more rounds, guys, and then we're gonna get some shut-eye. We're gonna take a break here. But yeah, like I said, guys, shout out to Thomas, guys, coming in with the stream stats, just chatting it up, having the highest chat count in our channel, guys. Amazing. And then Thomas, I really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, Thomas leaves the stream open, he's here, I'll even mention his name, he responds. Like, I love it. Like, that's phenomenal. All right. Uh-oh, Jay, what happened?
You're fired!
You know, do I still have that open? No, I don't. Where did I put it? Oh gosh, I think I lost the team. Oh, you boo Thomas. Uh-oh, Thomas. They're booing you, bro. They're booing you. Oh no, they're booing you. Game, I think, glitched out here. So let me go ahead and back this out. Get to here. Get to there. Join the game. Too late? Uh-oh. Don't hate. Don't discriminate. Oh no. What the heck happened? I think we all just crashed. Game has too many bugs. Yeah, for a AAA title, yeah, you're right. There should be no excuses. There is no room for error for being a AAA title. Having this, the staff, the money, the funds, they have no excuses. It's pretty bad. No excuses. Why is this not working? Heck? Why is it doing that?
Bro, what the fuck happened there?
I have no idea, bro.
Black screen.
You guys really love that fired command. 794 fired commands. Holy mackerel.
Ramon, bro, you muted?
Shoot. Nah, I'm still here, bro. I'm still here. What happened to Bernie?
No clue.
Right.
I'm inviting her now, though.
Yeah, indie games, yeah. Alright.
I think she probably like.
There we go.
She had to load up then.
Bernie, don't leave us like that. You had us worried, man. We were gonna send out a rescue team to go get you.
Dude, I was gonna fucking cry. I missed you.
Yeah, I mean, you had me like at the edge of the ship with my arms out flying, and Bebo was holding my waist. Like we were looking for you.
I was ready to hold Kyle's waist, bro. I was so scared.
Bernie just pictured that perfectly. Like, wait, what? Oh gosh.
She was like, damn, he loves me.
She was looking at the ship right now between me and you. She's like, near, far, wherever they are, they believe they'll find me somewhere.
Hold on, I'm sure Ellis didn't get off. The ship probably crashed. I have no clue why his fucking
Yeah, I don't know, bro. This game's got a lot of matchmaking issues. They should have just kept the old matchmaking system. I don't know what they were planning. Like, I kind of get why you want to keep switching lobbies. I mean, keep new players coming, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I kind of miss the old way, you know? Stay in the same room with the same people, and I think they thought maybe doing it this way would produce less stress, less anger. People don't have to go to rehab so much.
Yeah, that's what's causing them right now.
Yeah.
It makes zero sense, to be honest with you.
Don't worry, Zeus. We ain't going nowhere,
Why
bro.
would they even change any of the stuff that was going great?
True. Yeah, you know, like I don't know, bro. Like I said, from a business standpoint, I think their focus is to bring new players. Just like Fortnite added bots to bring new players. Companies are trying to grab new players because that's new profits. You know what I'm saying? And it just sucks. Like, this Call of Duty is weird because you buy the game, you get all the DLC and content for free, right? There is no season pass. There is no actual shop system. There's nothing. It's just they listen to the community on that part, but I think this is their testing ground. So right now they're trying to make this game where it's easy for both new and old players, and the old players are just getting really frustrated because there's nothing you can do. You go around a corner. I mean, yeah, Call of Duty's been known for that latency lag, but now your body sticks out more than what it used to. Like, really? Oh, Thomas, I mean, Jay, by the way, that game you told me to play, they contacted me on Discord. I'm a captain now, so we have to get on that sometime. We'll have like a
Who are you talking to?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, wait, you guys can hear me? I thought I had my mic off. Testing.
No, I heard you.
Testing. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to get on there sometime. Yeah, so we're gonna pick another mod, Jay, and because I need somebody who's extremely active, somebody that's here, somebody that's like very familiar, who interacts, and just extremely active. So definitely, I got my eyes set on somebody. We'll see what's going on. That way we can get couple of you guys hanging out together too. Like, you know, that way it's not all the work's not just on one person. All right, so let's see if you have the XJ. I don't even remember the name of the game. Let me see. They messaged me and I never responded. It was called streamcaptain.com or Stream Raiders? No. Wait, what? I think it's called Stream Raiders. Stream Raiders with your viewers right away. Head over to our website, blah 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 blah. Settings, switch to captain, click settings, da da da. Yeah, so they got me set up to You getting a word out here? No, I know, Jay. I know. You know what I'm saying? I got you, bro. I want to get maybe at least about 5 mods. And oh gosh, shoe house. Oh boy. Oh man, and it's kill confirmed. I'm going shotgun. Let's go. No, actually, this is my chance to get SMG going. Actually, let me get the marksman rifle just to be safe.
Confirm kill zone.
God damn it, Bobby. Oh, I hate this. I'm so mad.
Wow, dude, you really going shotgun? Wow, my claymore. Okay, one's up there. Be careful. I hate shotgun. This map brings shotgun back all over again. 2 people and I saw 2 different color shotguns already. Unbelievable.
Yeah, no.
Wowzers.
Got nerfed for like 10 minutes. It's still like as bad as it was. Nothing changed on it. It said it did, but everything still feels the same. Even when I use it, I feel like I'm doing too much with it.
I've done nothing but get killed by 2 shotguns.
Kill confirmed.
Okay. Shouldn't have come up here, bro.
Think about. I hate this game.
Jeez, you guys are really trying to like. I'm gonna sit right here because they're gonna be coming, guys. Get ready.
Kill confirmed.
Claymore set. Change the max.
Oh my god.
Ooh-wee. I need to get my MP5 leveled up, and this is one way to do it.
Sentry gun ready for deployment.
Wow, he got up there. I got too thirsty for that kill, guys. That didn't work out too good in my favor. I'm a big kid now. Yeah. Yeah, it seemed interesting. Jay recommended it to me, so I figured, hey, why not? Let's try it out, see what it's all about there, you know.
No shows, no mercy.
Boom, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum.
Your turn to die.
Control. Care package.
Wow, I had 2 care packages. I hate that your care packages don't stack anymore.
Kill confirmed.
Claymore set.
We're in the lead.
Good old days. Wow, man. Don't you dare. Come on. This is so trashy. Oh my god, the other side? Screw you, game. Screw this game, bro.
You missed it, Kelly, bro. Fucking, Ellis was just done.
Yeah, well, they just took my care package. That's good for them.
A minute ago, I think you were offline.
Enemy's halfway there. Step it up. Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Enemy at the junk zone.
Oh, no. Grinded for that care package for nothing.
I wish I could get my care package sooner. get, bro?
Kill confirmed.
Wow, I couldn't even scratch my nose. Couldn't even scratch my nose. We're playing Call of Duty right now, guys. Every 30 minutes you can do a raid. Hey. Interesting, yeah. It really is. Really is. Wow, behind you guys. What is going on up in here? Go me. Yeah, you got this. Don't worry, bro. You got this, man.
Enemy in the back alley.
What? Wow, wow, man. Oh my god. I don't care for this map too much. I mean, I guess I'm just level up my SMG. There's not really a lot of long range in this map. Help my team out there. Let me just... Come on, throw your ammunition out. Thank you.
Claymore set.
Let's go.
Wow.
Oh shit. What the fuck?
I know they're getting mad.
How is it possible you can spawn right on top of somebody?
Takes forever to get my claymores back. What the heck? I can't get any more.
I have no clue.
Okay, they got one of them got the tag, which is good. One's gonna be coming up, guys, so let's be ready. At least I thought he was.
Care package ready.
No! How do we lose, bro?
Lost this one. Next one.
What the heck?
Roger that. Nomad 2-1 en route to Bravo.
There's no zombies. I wish there was, though. Zombies would have been really cool. I'm not finding you on the Streamreader game. Yeah. Oh, because I still have to set it up probably. Hold on. Where was that link you sent? Right here, streamcaptain.com. Let me go to it. Give me a second. Streamcaptain.com. Log in. Blah, 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 blah. What did they tell me to do? I gotta go into Streamreader, settings. It's like going to settings. Switch to captain. Switch to viewer? Wait, what? I think I already switched. I am a captain. What? Oh, don't tell me I'm glitched the game again. That's so annoying. Oh, you found me now? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yep. It's the new Call of Duty. It's the new one, guys. Ooh, so when I'm on it, you guys can find me on streamcaptain.com or... So crazy. Oh, crazy.
Ellis said to tell me your Activision shit.
Yeah.
You.
I know Bernie doesn't accept anybody. Mine's still pending.
It's on your top
Wait,
right. Above your rank.
All right, sounds good, Jay. Sounds good, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, they accepted me, bro, so I'm excited for that. I'll have to try it out sometime.
85.
Ooh.
7.
JJ Wentworth, 1877 cash now.
I'm confused. What's going on right now?
Thomas, you gotta add me, bro. Why ain't you gaming with us, man? Ain't you gaming with us, bro?
Yeah, I'm down to take your fucking.
Thomas, you want to do me a favor?
Okay. You want a fucking sword fight
You do not want that smoke. What are you fucking telling you?
Man, I'll fucking hit you with that Wu-Tang sword, boy. What's pop?
No, not that one. Not that one, guys. Ignore that one.
Hit you with a drop and fly kick.
Drop and fly kick straight to your fucking forehead.
And that's if your midget arms can reach me.
Uh-huh.
Well, not everybody's fucking 6'3" like your big ass.
Hey now.
Yeah, fuck you, Kyle.
There we go. That's it right there.
Can't help it, you know?
Thomas, you are on here, bro. I have an application from you already.
I remember tickling your ass with my finger yesterday. Remember that?
That holiday though, right? Get it in, bro. How many hours? You got 12 hours with us? Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, you got 2.7 hours with us. Okay. But 2017. PowerPoint? Oh, gosh.
Longer finger for the.
I can't.
Claymore set.
Jeez, I missed so many of those shots.
Enemy's got the lead. Hustler.
Ooh, got him.
Oh yeah, Kyle.
Wait, what? Yeah, you have an application already. Ooh, nice Claymore kill.
Don't worry, fellas. I got it.
Watch your ass get sniped if you post them up.
You know what? Jay, what do you think, bro? How do you feel about Thomas, man? Actually, chat, how do you guys feel about Thomas? I want everybody to give me their opinion real quick. Blah, 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 blah. There you do it right there, guys. Right there. Come on.
Good copy. Nomad 2-2 on approach to drop.
Hardpoint contested. Got a personal radar drone ready. The enemy took the hardpoint. Get to the hardpoint.
How we do it, guys? How we do it? Come on, a couple more. We'll get another next kill streak here. I'm just trying to level up my weapons here in this match, guys.
Fuck Mikhail. Fuck Mikhail.
Basically dead.
Said you basically dead.
Enemy's got the hard point.
Someone breathes my way.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get up here, guys, so let's be careful.
Hey Ramon, you're like, are you alive, dog?
Yeah, man.
Kelly, are you alive, dog? I miss you, bro.
I need radar. Send recon.
Let's get that recon up in the air, guys. Get that recon up in the air. Let's go, let's go. He be eating too many beans. Ugh. He be eating too many beans. I think so, too. Thomas, you do be stinking about you fart so much in our channel that I legit, I almost considered like a freaking air freshener command. You have to fart a lot for someone to consider that. You know what I'm saying? Dum 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 dum.
Enemy at the barrel.
Dude, I was in that building since I fucking started. I just died. Oh crap.
Reloading.
This is Jaguar 3-0. Personal radar. Recalling to base. Let's go. Taking the hard point. We're winning this. Keep it tight.
Enemy at the windmill.
Emergency airdrop on your mark. Enemy's taking the hard point.
Claymore set.
They take out my You guys want an emergency airdrop or no? You don't want one?
It's up to you, dude.
I mean, does
Okay.
it include Snickers?
It includes anything you want. Hungry? Why wait? I got you guys here.
Drop the bitch down, bro.
Let's go. We've taken the hard point.
Jobs unmarked. Send a package.
Here it comes.
This is Nomad 2. Multiple drops on the way.
Might be a super dick, just pick up a punch.
Enemy precision
Reloading.
airstrike. Take cover.
Hey, did you guys get the packages?
Yeah. Why? Fuck him up.
Allied cluster strike inbound.
You're welcome, guys. See how nice I am? I think about you guys. Look at that. Sharing is caring, right? LOLs, right? You should do like a little smoke cloud with the park command. Yo, there's so much I want to do, guys, but this stuff costs money, man. Or I'm just gonna have to try. I could try it. Unless one of you guys know how to do it, and you want to donate me some graphics or some widgets, yo, you guys are more than welcome to do it. Hit me up on a DM.
Hardpoint contested.
Yeah, I'm running out of ammo, guys.
Ammo. Reloading.
I'll be getting.
Cluster strike incoming.
I'll be getting close to the
Friendly unit.
to our nice little beautiful thingy again.
There you go.
Where are you guys? Come on, where are you? Oh, they're there, guys. They're there. Come on. They're contested, guys. We're contesting. Hey, pop your head out again. Go ahead. I dare you.
Taking the hard point.
Clifford, to your left. I got those two for you. There's one to your left, and then once you go left, there's to your right.
Reloading.
Watch that corner. He's coming to you.
Enemy at the missile launcher.
All right.
Well done.
Yeah, I tried, bro. I'm sorry. I mean, I was trying to get you guys another E-drop. Woo-wee.
Oh, you were definitely talking to me. He was.
Yeah. Just trying to help you out, bro.
No.
I definitely camped that game. I didn't even die. But you know what? We called an E-job. I might be able to do something like that if I try it. Cool, Jim. That'd be cool. Hey, guys, you guys are more than welcome to do whatever you guys can. You could just send me the file. I'll put it on OBS. We'll be all set. We'll get you guys some cool widget commands. I can mix it in with my
Married next
cool
month,
stuff,
guys.
you know? Oh, yeah. Marriage is great. Especially if you can hold it off for 3 years. Get that alimony, man. You'd be living the life.
Get that alimony.
Oh, after I finished my I went over 200 subs and almost there on YouTube. Ah, okay. Yeah, subs on YouTube are pretty good.
Hey, I get it though.
Subs on YouTube are
I
pretty
thought about
good.
getting alimony from my ex, but
Nothing wrong with that. Make that money.
he's already broke.
Still take whatever you can. You get a couple dollars. That's like a Happy Meal you can get, you know?
You get
I
alimony
can go
from
for a
me,
Happy Meal
Kyle.
right now.
I know Happy Meal sounds good.
I need to start talking more in these chats. And get somebody to send me a pizza.
Put a PayPal button on your account. You'll get it. Actually, better yet, they got this online delivery thing. Like I used to do this. I do this like food streaming thing, and people like buy me food. Let me see if I still have it, guys. Hold on.
Used to do a food stream. Meaning used to eat food and people would watch it.
I used to do that. I used to do that right there, and people used to buy me food.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's like all the time. We stream.
Oh yeah.
Using it on
Oh gosh.
People will actually buy me food just to watch me.
Oh yeah. They love it. They like supporting those that they enjoy, you know? Man.
If I wanted my ass,
Like I'll be trying to play. I'll be trying to play this game and
You
then
gotta share some of these tips with me.
yeah, I do tutoring. Just let me know when you're ready and I'll get you my hourly rates. I'll let you know. So what happened? You got quiet afterwards. I thought we were talking business for a second.
It was a laugh of defeat.
Changing mag.
does my tip come for free, bro? We're family. That's not fair if it doesn't.
Depends on what kind of tip you're talking about.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm done with your ass. This guy said something.
Oh, yeah, we got this hard point for sure. They ain't even coming, bro. They scared.
Can't watch him start coming.
Play more safe.
Oh, they're coming up top of where I'm at.
The next one.
Sending Claymore.
Allied UAV orbiting. Hardpoint
Bum, bada, bum, bada, bum, 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 bum.
We were doing so good.
But yeah, no problem, Bernie. Just let me know, and I'll definitely, you know, we'll go over a few things. And you too, Bevel. I got you guys. I'll teach you guys a few things here and there. You know, I'll get you like a little trial, and then if you like the time trial demo, whatever, and then we can go from there.
Going that long.
Yeah, well, music artists do the same thing. You give them a track, and then you give them the album if they like it. You know. For what? Right? That's what I'm saying, guys. That's exactly what I'm saying. J13, why'd you make the screen right? $100 an hour. That's the way we got to do it. Yeah. Not only that, but when people buy the food, not only are they just stuffing my belly and watching me eat it on stream, but it actually goes towards a good cause. It actually goes to charity, and it also helps support the channel, which keeps the funding going, so I can provide more for the stream. So it's not just me just eating food, you know, there's more to it.
Hardpoint secure.
Nah, I don't give a fuck about all that. I just want to have food, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm kidding.
Enemy at the center.
No! Behind you, bro, behind you. I should have never went out there. It's all good though. I have to move out, guys. This map is not really good for like. Maybe it is. I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna camp it up here. This is a good area.
You gotta win this game for Kelly, bro.
Enemy's taking the hardpoint.
Oh yeah, for kills, we got this, bro.
Allied cruise missile launched.
I spawned in front of me and scared the shit out of me.
Next hardpoint. Let's go. Allied cluster strike incoming.
Oh wow, wow. No.
Taking the hardpoint.
We do it. Alright, I'm outside the building watching you guys.
They like make you eat shit that you don't want to eat.
Oh, they got me. Dang it. Well, eating poop is good for you, bro. Protein.
Like you have to eat like a bucket of mayonnaise or something.
The fuck?
Oh, the one in the building at the top. He is holding me down, guys. He is pushing me back. He knows he does not want me to take that place back, with no doubt.
$1,000.
Got you there, buddy. Thought that was a safe haven for you, bro?
Get to the hard point.
That wasn't very hard.
You're welcome, Goosen. Let's go. Let's get to this hard point and capture it up, guys. Let's go.
Look out.
How you do it? How you do it with the headshot, long shots, guys? Let's go.
We're halfway there. Keep going.
Let's get that one bagged up here.
Next hardpoint. Let's go.
Okay, we got a next hard point here. Let's keep it up, keep it up. Holding it down, guys.
Oh my god.
Hopefully we stay alive.
Water pepper.
Enemy's taking the hardpoint. Enemy at the tram station.
Come on, come on.
Setting Claymore.
Enemy at the shipping area.
Get that fucking hard point.
Eat a bucket of mayonnaise. He's like, care about the food, right? Absolutely, Mayo. Mayo's, ugh. Alright, guys, so we got that kill. Let's keep it moving on. Let's keep it moving on around here. Guys, it's all about the ADS in this game.
Talking about the guy who beat your ass from behind. Set the back of the map.
Care package ready.
Load it up, guys. Reload it up. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Point zones in Apex.
Holding it down, holding it down.
Enemy. Airstrike. Get down. We've taken the hardpoint.
Enemy down.
Enemy care package inbound.
Oh wow.
How did I die in a
Setting Claymore.
Let's get that claymore there, guys.
Airstrike on your head.
You can die in a building like that?
Oh, yeah.
That's what's happening.
We are losing ground. Focus. Enemy Wilson deployed.
Alright, we got another claymore here shortly, guys, so let's get ready for it.
Ammo.
Enemy at the camping. We've got the hardpoint.
But this is a fun game. Oh god. Oh vehicle. Fuck me up.
Drop zone set. Go for air.
Woo-wee. Holding it down, guys. Holding it down. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Wish me good luck with everything. Mayonnaise is bleh. Sometimes mayonnaise is good. Depends on what you're eating with it, though.
I'm gonna win this for Kelly, bro.
Let's just check. All right, let's hold it down, guys. Hold it down. Come on. They're in the center? All right, well, then let's go get them in the center.
We are command here.
Oh, man, they're coming in.
Hard point.
I don't want to go in there directly. Nice, nice, nice. That's what you get for chasing me. Oh, I got some shots in the legs, man.
Get to the next one.
Ooh-wee.
Sending Claymore.
I got something for you guys. You ready?
Enemy took the hard point.
Calling an air drop for you guys.
Roger, this is Dagger. Drops on the way. Enemy cruise missile.
Come on, guys. Come get these drops. Oh, get them. I'll just get them. Screw it, whatever. Alright, it's okay, it's okay. We're getting it. Let's go, let's go. No, they got me.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, man. Oh, they got me with the fire. No, James, what's up, dude? He said, are you doing the Fortnite hiding in the bush thing? Is that what you're doing right there? Thank you, Radar. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys. James, what's up, dude? I'm getting points, bro. I'm getting them points. I got your stream left over. You know I don't go nowhere, bro. I'm burning my PC, blowing up my processing power just for you, man. All right, guys, hold on. We got to try to see what's going on here. Oh, wow. They're in a building. Let's go, guys. We gotta keep it down. We gotta hold it down. We gotta try to be careful and everything like that right here. I don't know about it, but it looks like we're contesting everything. We gotta stop being contesting to just get these kills. Oh, fart it up, guys. Give me the farts. Farts give me energy for some weird apparent reason. So let's go. Let's get it. Am I gonna go right here? I'm gonna go right here. I'm gonna go dead silent. I'm gonna go dead silent. Yeah, let's go.
Hard point contested.
Blah, they're coming. Yeah, it came right behind me, guys. Shoot, I gotta hold it down. I gotta hold it down. I'm not holding it down at all. Nice little cluster strike there. I got one too. Oh yeah, I got another one. Oh, okay, cool. All right, sweet. Let's get another one up in here, then, guys. Ow! I got a cluster strike. I got a cluster strike going in there, guys. Get ready to take it. Oh no, not a cruise missile. Oh gosh, that's not good.
Hold it down.
That is not good. There we go. I'm getting kills. Let's go. Oh, that's another one. Oh, hey, my gun. What the heck? Aw, man. What just happened? How in the world in Domino's? Domino's sounds pretty good. I don't know about the pizza though, but their food, the sandwiches are actually pretty good at Domino's, guys. Anybody like Domino's? You guys like Little Caesars? You guys like Pizza Hut? What do you like? Because I just had Pizza Hut today with some cheese. Oh yeah, with the stuffed crust. Love the cheese in the crust. Love the cheese in the pizza. Like the cheese and everything. You know what I'm saying? Oh. Yo. Oh, man, you guys are everywhere. I can't spawn. For the life of me, man. Oh man, they're catching up, guys. Wow, okay, they're in there. Wow, they're making that comeback. Oh, they're in the lead, they're in the lead. Oh gosh.
Holding it, fuck. Take it.
Oh, they're weak. Shoot! Shoot! Domino's is nice. Domino's is awesome. You're right, but I can't save Dairy. Oh, Dairy do be messing my stomach up, though, guys. Like, for real, for real. My body be like, nope, nope. No, no. No, but eating no more. No, 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 no. Get that right there, guys. Let's get that right there, because that's what we got to do. No! No! How?
So
Pizza Hut. Thanks, bro. My buddy and I were just playing some Realm Royale. That's a pretty good game from Paladins or High Res. We got a few wins, but we got one right before the servers went down. Ouch! So the servers are down right now. That's a big bummer. That's very unfortunate, guys. Very unfortunate. Usually get double cheese. Double cheese is good, man. Double cheese is good. I love mushrooms on my pizza. I don't know why. It's like, it's gotta have mushrooms. Same with my burgers. Yeah. High Res is awesome. I've been a big High Res fan for the longest time. Now, I didn't play Smite too much, or I played Smite the most. Okay, Smite was my first High Res game. Then they came out with like Realm Royale, and then it came out with Paladins, and then like I tried to get into them. They were cool, but I think I was still kind of focused on Smite because Smite was like the game I was so familiar with and used to, and I put so much money into it. So I was like, I'm gonna just stick to this game. I don't want to invest hundreds of dollars into another game again. So I stuck with Smite. It's pretty cool, but I don't play Smite that much anymore. You know, periodically I'll jump on there with like my brothers or something. They'll play and be like, hey dude, can you play with us? I'm like, all right, it's cool. You know, but I haven't really streamed Smite in a while, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Smite's pretty cool. I like it. I mean, who doesn't like playing as Thor and Hercules and Zeus, playing as those gods? Yeah.
That sounds awfully familiar.
It does. Sounds like something about something. Hardpoint? Man, I think I've been upgrading so much right now, guys. It's crazy. I want to stay on the chopper, man. Why can't I stay on the chopper? You hate Hardpoint? I hate it. I don't even know why we're playing it, to be honest. I think he's playing it for the kills, so I'm just gonna hide out. Can't close the door?
Have some bad
What?
I'm gonna hide right here for a second, guys. And for you guys,
Did you have some bad Mexican taste?
I would definitely be.
He said he was getting that demon out of him. I asked if he had some bad Mexican too.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Enemy at the center.
We've taken the lead. Location secured. Hardpoint contested.
Oh, I see you in there, Cal. Right one, Cal. There's one coming in. Where's one?
Enemy's got the hardpoint.
Let's let them take the hard. I'm alive.
We're looking around. Step it up. Next hardpoint. Let's go.
Camping pretty hard in there too. Jesus.
Alright, guys, we are back and ready for action.
Ask them to shoot me.
We just gotta stay alive here, guys. Stay alive and keep it holding down. You know what I'm saying? Hate Hardpoint? Yeah, me too. Alright, so, while we're here.
Claymore set.
That's set there. Is there a way to climb back here? No, there's not. This is like a safe haven.
Enemy's got the hardpoint.
Is it just us?
Setting a claymore.
Yeah, 4 of us, yep. One coming to the hard point. You're right behind him, guys. Get him. Man, he took all you guys out?
Reloading.
I took him out. They just shut the door.
The hard point by myself, like, for the whole fucking 30 seconds. Wondering why the fuck my teammate didn't come and you guys are running away from it. The fuck is?
Enemies taking the hard point.
Enemy at the center.
We're losing control.
Oh boy. I gotta get out there, guys. That's enough. Let's help the team out here. They're getting wrecked.
Claymore set.
Why is this spawn so fucking far away from it? Like we can run there. The timing.
Hard point, let's go. Location. Hard point lost.
I don't tell me we're losing this one too.
Reloading.
Oh my god, why did I plant a claymore like a dummy? Come on, Trix. Trix! What are you doing, Trix? I'm throwing a care package over here is what I'm doing.
I'm gonna go around and see if I can kill them all before they get to you
Roger
guys.
that. Nomad 2-1 en route to drop off.
Roger the 1099 over.
Hard point contested. Enemies got the
Oh my gosh.
hard point secure.
Got my care package. Wow. Somehow you got me first. And I don't even know.
UAV
But somehow you got me first. Maybe it might snow. That's what you get, bro. Thinking you're in the clear, bro. You ain't clear, man. Come on, guys. We gotta keep the adrenaline rolling in. Keep the adrenaline rolling in. Let's go, 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 go.
taking the hard point.
I'm gonna go upstairs. Yep, I'm gonna go upstairs. So what I'm gonna do is before they come up here, I'm gonna put this here. And then I'm gonna put that like right there.
RTB for resupply.
Have you back.
Yep.
Reloading.
I'm gonna put it upstairs.
Easily killed them with one fucking shot. Never happened to me.
Damn.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm like on the move. I'm gonna root out to your right, bro.
Get to the hard point.
You bastard!
Woo. Get that care package, guys. Calling it in. Call it in. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I need ammunitions here, guys. Oh yeah, the thing just changed, so we don't have to be here anymore.
Enemies halfway through.
Jesus.
Alright. We gotta try to hold it down. I wish I could play like that without without a controller. What do you mean? Oh! Yeah, it's
Gotta get up in that hard point.
oh yeah, it takes a little bit of practice, like Bori was saying. Ooh, hold it. Oh! Oh my gosh, I couldn't see. No! No! I got a sentry though, so that's good, right? Let me get a. Oh, bad spawn. Other side, please. I don't want to be over here. Get me the hell away from here. No, 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 no. I don't want to be over here. There's too much. There's too much danger, man. Danger! Watch yourself. There's too much danger. I can't watch what I'm working with because there's danger.
Claymore set.
Roger that. Nomad 2-1 on
Oh my god, I got sentry guns for days. Yo, watch this, guys. Here we go. I'm gonna put a sentry gun right here. One right there. Let me protect that sentry gun, guys. I don't want nobody taking it out. Ooh, that's how we roll, buddy.
Claymore set. Got that one.
Two sentry guns out for you guys. We got this. Come on. Oh. Wow. They couldn't get up here, so they figured, hey, let's just... A lot of recoil with the Scar? Yeah. If you get the right attachments to it, it's actually a pretty beastly gun. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh-wee. It sounds like Mario Yoshi gigs or something.
Has Snapchat.
So you snap the chat? Is that what you do? Or you chat the snap?
Snapchat.
The chat always makes me snap.
enemy in there.
Let's get out of here, guys.
We got this, guys. Come on.
I'm the only one on the hard point.
I'm watching over your ass.
Whoa! Wow. Like, he didn't, like, you see how he shot me before he got around the corner? Like, I hate that so bad about this game. The sad thing is it's so common. Jeez, we got this Claymore out and bouncing Betty out.
Enemies taken the enemy personal radar in the air.
And all we gotta do is hold that for like 5 seconds.
Got him. Let's get some health in this, guys. Come on. Bum, 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 bum. Let's get up top.
Get in that motherfucking right
Oh, he got me. Why didn't those other shots register? Yeah, don't remind me. I must be getting old because I don't know what Snapchat is. I don't know what Snapchat is. What? Yeah, it's. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what people really use it for. Wow, my aim was.
Game over.
Day's done. You're done.
No.
We're so close.
Unbelievable.
So close. It's so
But no cigar.
9 points.
what I need right now, guys? Some music, man. Get me pumped. I don't want to get copyrighted, man. Especially with Facebook, man. You play any music, they shut your thing off. Are you watching Days of Our Lives? All right, okay, I see you.
What are they on?
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
That's right. That's right, Bebo. You gotta make sure you tell him, bro. You ready?
I'm always ready, bro.
Dame tu casita.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
Okay, keep it up, guys. Keep it up, man. I'm getting tired. Jeez. I feel like I'm doing a chicken dance. I feel like doing a chicken dance. Just had to do it. It's all good. It's okay, guys. Okay, it's okay. Okay. I'm happy I don't know it. It is then. Well, no deep pics, right? Eggplants. Woo! Really, J13, right? Right? Oh, by the way, yeah. Oh, shoot. What happened to my, I don't even know anymore.
I don't know, bro.
What happened? What happened?
Basic shit. We're all talking about you before.
That's crazy,
Wait,
man.
does?
Yeah, that's good for you. Eat those Yoshi eggs. Oh, Jay's typing them up in chat. He's typing them up. You guys are gonna make me get a. You guys are gonna make me get a fart emote because that's obviously the biggest command in our chat. You have more coins? Ooh, more coins. Okay, okay, bro. I see you. All right, guys, keep your head up and your ass down. Let's go. The Dame song killed it, right? Oh man. Wow, thirsty. Someone grab that boy Sprite. I fell for it.
Changing mag.
Wow. RPGs, man. Hate that. I want Flak Jacket back, man. Oh, you thirsty for those RPG kills, aren't you? Not today, buddy.
Hard point secured.
Why is that guy just sitting in the freaking corner? I'm gonna start doing that. Sitting in corners.
Wow. Yeah, sitting in corners, that's what the game encourages. Don't worry, they provided plenty of safe spots. That's what they call them.
Hard points moving.
I'm gonna get in here, guys, just to be safe, you know? Okay, we got a kill there. Wow. Almost messed up there, guys. Ooh-wee. think so.
Do you get penalized for leaving games early?
Hardpoint secured.
I have no clue why.
Yeah, it's not rank or anything. I don't get it.
Because I've died by the same person like 3 times, and I'm already done.
Hardpoint contested.
There we go. Holding it down, guys. Holding it down. Let's get it.
Got the sentry gun on station. Emergency airdrop available.
Bro, I'm making him so mad.
What are you doing?
I ganged them all up.
Enemy at the pool hall.
Alright, guys, I need a... Alright, I got another E-drop for you guys. Watch out, watch out. Wow, okay, lucky you. Playing the drums! We gotta stay alive! I will survive! I will survive! No matter how hard I try.
Well, I just assume like they're so close to their hard points when they respawn. And we're like all the way across the map.
Hardpoint secured.
I like the top.
You guys, man. Very well, Bernie. Grab a package.
Enemy taking the hardpoint. UAV is ready for fire. This is Falcon 3-0. Good copy.
Alright. See how nice I am?
They've
Alright.
reached the halfway point. Get moving.
Let's see.
Next hardpoint. Enemy at the restaurant. Allied.
And I got a sentry gun here to help us out. We should be fine.
UAV is out of fuel.
Bum,
Turning
bum, bum.
supply.
Yo, whatever happened to Division, though? Thomas plays the drums? Wait, what? Keep your head in your... Yeah, Thomas, you already know, bro. Yeah, because if you can't keep your head up, you can't keep your ass up and your head down. You gotta keep... It's the other way around. You know what I'm saying? The way it's gotta be, man. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Enemy took the hardpoint.
Yeah, I'm trying to really upgrade my wow, behind the crates top. Trying to get my hey, long time no see. Okay, bro, I see you over here. I see you, bro. Okay, what's up, man? I was like, wait a minute, I know that name. That name is very familiar. All right, guys, we're right here. I'm gonna go in this building. This building's where I want to be. Right here. Hey, we gotta shoot them down, guys. Shoot them down. Go, 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 go.
Now you bleed.
Come on, guys. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. what I thought there, buddy. Level 27 on my MP5? Bro, pff, this gun is like savage, yo.
We might win. Got to keep
Don't worry, I'm holding them off, guys.
It goes to 250, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Way too long.
Losing ground. Focus.
Reloading. Setting Claymore.
As far as they're spawning, I ain't never getting to it.
Dum 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 dum. Now it's the other way around. They're coming from this way.
Get to the next one.
One's closest to our spawn.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh boy. Okay. They're in there. They're in there. Nice and easy, guys. Nice and easy. Come on. Oh, one's going in the side door. Got him. Oh no, they got me. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I know LOLs, right? It's all good. LOLs, I'm not special. Yeah, you're good, bro. Why are you saying I'm special, man? Everybody's special in my book, guys. You're all special to me.
Let's go.
Ooh, that hurt.
Hard point secure.
I got it, let's go.
Enemy personal radar overhead.
Hold it down for a little bit. We'll go around to help out.
Got an E-Jock coming in for you guys.
Amy dropped it all in front of the enemy, bro. Look at that sentry.
Hey, I got a sentry on it, though. Get him, guys.
Bill.
Yeah, putting in that work.
Get to the next one.
Here, let me help you guys out. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Location secure. Keep hitting them. We have this. Enemy precision airstrike. Get
Oh,
down.
we got this shit, guys.
Enemy's got the hard point.
Damn it.
Friendly shield turret deployed.
Remember, it's the building across.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. We got that down, guys. We got that down. Let's go, let's go.
It's the next one. He's in there.
Get to the next one. Enemy's got the hard point.
Okay, where's the other hard point? They're going for it? All right, they're going for it, guys. We gotta go get them.
This can't happen to us.
Okay, come on. Come on.
A missile.
Hard point control. Overhead.
Oh no! Drop shotting didn't work for me. It's a VIP command.
245. We're at 245, guys. 5 plus.
Copy, Tiger 2-3. Enemy UAV overhead.
Makes no sense. Go across to the pool.
guys. We gotta hold it down here.
Try to get this shit.
Hardpoint secure.
Got it. There you go, Kelly. Oh, goddamn.
Woo, that was close.
Was close.
Ooh-wee.
Ass cheeks were clenched.
Right. Yeah, question mark. Wait, what? Oh, the Yahoo? Yeah. Oh, that's why you said you're not special. No, you're okay, Exus. Take your time, bro. Whenever you feel like you're ready. Pretty much subscribers here get like privileges, they get different perks, they get like added like commands for the channel, sound effect commands, they get multipliers for additional retro coins in chat. And plus you get left alone from the bots. You can type in caps, fonts, capital letters, links, whatever. You're all good. The only thing we haven't done yet was bring you a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, but hey, I'm sorry, I do apologize. If we can do it virtually, we would. You know? What time is it? I gotta get off here soon, guys. I know we had a good time, but I think it's almost time to take that break. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here tonight, though. I really do. You guys are awesome. You know? Rest of the VIP. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it, bro. I do have that smart fridge. How do you... Wait, what are you talking about? I have a smart fridge? How do you guys know this stuff? You guys are creeping me out. You guys hacking my modem or something? Are you guys hacking my Wi-Fi?
Kill confirmed.
What the heck? Man, they got me good. How to send you food, right? Right, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, man.
Must be the fact that you like
I think I like this counter. I'm just gonna hold it down right here. Until I can get some like wow, I missed almost every shot on that one, guys. Ooh, okay.
Kill confirmed.
More kills.
Well, if you're me, more deaths.
Care package ready. Kill confirmed.
More deaths.
How we do it, guys? How we do it? Holding it down. Come on.
You know there's always like the spec ups
Right.
quicker.
Have lost the lead.
Like if that's what your problem is, you can go you can play that one time. Whatever you want.
Come on, show yourself. Oh my god, what is going on? Bloodthirsty, say what?
The lead is ours. Keep pushing.
Who am I,
Kill confirmed.
Jeez, we are holding it down, guys. We are really, truly holding it down here. Like, I swear I'm only killing one person in this game. Wow.
Allied precision airstrike incoming. Beware.
Come on. Definitely switching spawns here, surely. So let's be prepared for that, guys. Oh gosh, what?
Got the sentry gun on station.
Let's double check.
Friendly package.
Okay.
We have control. Crush them.
what happens when you're my ass. We both got shot together.
Oh, you followed me?
Get the fuck out of here, I was there first.
I was up there first.
Never be wrong.
Whoa, got him. Alright, you guys said you want an emergency airdrop again? Here, hold on, I got you guys. Come here. No! Help me, protect me! I hate that about spawning, man. Wow, of course I get spawned across the map. Because everybody's over here.
Hopefully we get spawned over there now.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I'm done. Well, what the heck, man? We were holding it down over on that side. All of us were there, and now... They're still there. I'm gonna kill them off. Let's get it. Wow, well, you guys gave it to them. Jeez. Oh, come on. Seriously? Oh, don't be running now. Come here. I'm glad these tags, guys. I got Juggernaut. Heck yeah, bro. Let's go. Oh, they took my Juggernaut down. No! Man, we spawned way over here, guys. It's all good, though. All good, man. Wow. Oh, yay. Wow. Really? What the heck? I agree. The game done triggered me. Right. It's okay. Right. Okay, here we go, guys. Alright guys, we have to figure out what the heck is going on here.
Enemies! Take cover!
Let's be... Ouch! That hurted. Oh, how'd we lose?
God damn it.
Oh well. At least I level up my weapons. Trix is tired as heck. Yeah, I see you, bro. Yo, I'm loving the MP5, bro. That MP5 for an SMG? Pretty good, man.
You said what?
I love the MP5. I gotta see what level or what I got it to level 28 now. I'm using the first one? Really? Going down sight.
Kyle.
Fail.
I don't really want to zoom in on like that though.
That hurt.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go again and get some shut-eye.
Alright, bro.
Oh,
Yeah.
Do the same.
I gotta get up in 3 hours. Oh.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna play Apex. Alright?
There you go. Is that what you're doing too, Bernie? Playing at Apex?
Dang right.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at my raider log, see the streamers that came and raided us, and then see who we're gonna raid here, guys. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I don't want to raid somebody random right now. I think we're gonna raid somebody that raided us, if they're even on. If they're not on, then I'm just gonna have to somehow surprisingly catch them eventually. All right, guys. Well, I'll talk to you later. Thank you so much for everything, man. You guys have fun. Have a good night or good morning, whatever it is.
All right, bro. You too.
Good evening. And you totally missed out on the Pizza Hut. It was pretty good.
What do you mean?
I'll see you guys. Alright guys, just gonna back that out here real quick. Alright. That's it for Call of Duty. That's it. Take a break, right? Cuban, you already know, bro, before I went live. Oh gosh, guys, what a day. What a day. Alright. So let's see here. Let's take a look here. When we used to raid, it was very different. But Twitch is like, people were like so uptight. Like, it's hard to explain, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. You never know. You know, we'll have to see. I would love to raid a big streamer, but you don't really have that many people right now to really be raiding like that. So we'll have to see what's going on. And I wish we can get more subs too, and that way we're gonna probably get some cool little emote thingies going on and stuff. So let me see. So for raiding. Let me double check here. They like those people. They like those people on Live Me. Right. Like honestly, a lot of those like Sea of Thieves streamers we've been raiding, I don't really see them. You know, they're not around. Some of them are not even following me. I already checked. Some of them unfollowed. So it's, you know, it's a hit and miss. You know, it is what it is. It's fun for the moment when it happens, and then after that it's like nothing ever happened, you know. All right, so let's double check if my bot even works with me right now. All right, so I made a log folder here, so let's double raiders or raid. Which one is it? Shoot, I think it's raiders. Alright, so we had Captain Red Wolf coming in with the raid. Aradar came in with the raid. Fuzzy the OG actually did come in with the raid. He might be on. Ram Gamer, It's Cole, Momo Pairs, Orion 8559, Success Live, THC James, and myself for some weird reason. So let me actually go on to Witch's website actually, and let's go ahead and take a quick look here, guys. See what we got. Fuzzy went offline. No. That's not good. I'm trying to return some of the raids, that way I can clear out these logs. Where are we at? So when I click them, does it actually show me how many people raided with them? Oh, it just keeps track how many times they raided me. That's how I did it. Oh, okay. Fuzzy Wuzzy, right? Yeah, Fuzzy's not on, guys. One of our subscribers is online. Success Live is online, but I think he looks like he's AFK. That's it. All right, let me see this person you're talking about here, Captain Logan. Let me see. Let me see how his followers look. Looks like, see if he like follows people or not. Let's double check. Let's search for him. Oh, he's playing on PC. Holy crap, why my view count just go up? Whoa, 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 whoa. See, I hate when this happens. Every time I go offline, our viewers go up. It's like all the lurkers rise and shine and say, oh, Trick's about to get off, and then the tab becomes active, and then they're like, oh, active viewer again. Oh, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. But no, I got nothing against lurkers, guys. I really don't. Like, and guys, you guys can lurk all you want. I don't care. Like, you can... What I do is, like, when I keep stream tabs open, I put the volume down to, like, 1%. So that way you can't mute the tab because it doesn't count as a view, guys. You're wasting your computer power, and you're just wasting your time being there because you're not doing anything. So I always put the volume at 1%. You gotta have the volume on, or it doesn't count. That's one thing I learned. I was looking into it. Been 14 years since you said you were going off, right? All right, let's do what Eridar suggested here, guys. We're gonna listen to one of the moderators here. I'll do these other guys another time, and see what's up with that. Let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and unmute this person, and how do we do this? How do I do this on here? What do I do? /raid, right? All right, let me know when you guys are ready, guys. Go ahead and get in on that raid right now. We need a slogan though. We need a slogan.
Oh, honky.
I know Eridar usually chooses. Jim, do you want to choose this time? What do you want our raid call to be, bro? We got 8 people in right now, guys, for this raid. If Jim doesn't respond here shortly, Eridar, we'll just go ahead and make one up. We could just say Tricks Raid, something simple. It doesn't have to be something fancy. I'm down for whatever. All right, Jim, post it in chat, bro. Post it in chat. We'll copy it. Hashtag get tricks. Okay. All right, we got suggestions here, guys. I'm watching this guy right now. That works for you. Hashtag get tricks. Okay. Everyone, get ready to type it in.
This is our fight.
Get ready to type it in. All right, get tricks. Let's go in there. Let's hang out for a few minutes. Let's say hi. What's up to the streamer? He's playing Call of Duty right now. I can't really see much of his stream details. Why? Well, why is it not showing me anything? Oh, that's weird. He does play Sea of Thieves. Oh, looks like we're going in, guys. All right, let's go. Let's go. Go, 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 go. All right, guys, we're getting it. We're getting it.
Hey, welcome.
All right, guys, let the raid begin. Woo! If you have my emotes, guys, put my emotes in that chat. All right, guys, if I can even find my own emotes,
thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
There we go. There we go. All right.
Jeez.
I can't even type right now, guys. I don't even know. So I'm gonna end my stream offline, guys. We're gonna hang out over there and just chat for a little bit, and I'll catch you guys on the other side.
I've got some kills. I'm not that good, to be honest. I'm much better on the seas.
Hardpoint located.
I'm good. How was the stream?
Personal radar online.
I didn't know he was that close. I know, right? I don't know. This is for comparison. The stream told me to raid you because they said you were god at COD. Well, they lied. Most time in, probably. Well, camp some more. I mean, I guess that is always the an option for sure. Perk, what is heavy hitter? Melee produces greater stun on targets. I just don't know. Like, I feel like I'm going with what's best. What do I got? What's this? Scavenger. Resupply from... Is that what it is? Scratch movement. I don't need that. Amped faster. Reload speeds. I need that. Double time. Increases. Okay. Mostly trolling part of it. I don't know. Sea of Thieves is just one of those games where you can do whatever you want. So it's really cool just to pop in and actually just play around, you know? I'm in a van full of dudes. What map is this? Oh, it's the bus one. Okay. Hardpoint.
Hardpoint. Control the hardpoints as they are located.
Wow.
Enemy in the buses. Next hardpoint, let's go. Location secure. Enemy's taking the hardpoint.
Cool.
Join me, crew lad. Welcome aboard.
Enemy
Trixie.
UAV overhead.
Or is it Trixer? Trix. Like tricks are for kids. Heartbroken? My name out? Feel free to correct me. I am open book. So I'm more than willing to sit here and be told how to pronounce people's names. Not good.
Come to join me, crew lad. Welcome aboard.
Thanks, thank you for that follow. You know what? We're just gonna.
Next hardpoint.
Come to join me, crew lad. Welcome aboard.
Oh, just see that. Jim. No, you're not messing up the aim. This is how bad I normally am, so you're good.
Enemy movement.
See? I had to drop on it, and I still screwed up.
Reloading.
I aim for glory, not gold. Oh, it hurts. Golly.
Get to the hardpoint. Move. Enemy UAV overhead.
Hardpoint move, didn't it? Jesus. What the?